Welcome to Rialto Unified School District, regular meeting of the Board of Education for June 10th. And any individual who requires disability-related accommodations or modifications, including auxiliary aids and services in order to participate in the board meeting, should contact the superintendent or designee in writing. Okay, call to order was at 5:30. We are in open session. Can I have a motion and a second to move into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. As provided by law, the following are the items for discussion and consideration at the closed session of the board meeting: public employee employment, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment of employees per Government Code Section 54957, student expulsions, reinstatements, expulsion, enrollments, conference with labor negotiators, unrepresented employees, agency designated representatives: Alejandro Alvarez, Superintendent; Denise Ellis, Dr. Denise Ellis, Associate Superintendent, Human Resources; employee organizations: California School Employees Association, Chapter 203, Rialto Education Association, REA, Teamsters Local 986, and Communication Workers of America, CWA. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 Delta and/or Delta 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure litigation. Number of potential claims, 1. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D, Delta, of section 54956.9, C, I, V as in Victor, S as in Sam, B as in Bravo, 2614476 Victor versus Rialto Unified School District, San Bernardino County Superior Court. Conference with labor negotiator, Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency designated representative, Dr. Alejandro Alvarez, Superintendent. Unrepresented employees, Deputy Superintendent. Associated, I'll get it right, Associate Superintendent. Business Services, Associate Superintendent, Ed Services, and Associate Superintendent of Human Resources. Comments on closed session agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any item on the closed session agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Vote by board members to move into closed session.
Aye.
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 And aye. Time 5:33. Didn't realize we were on the air. We weren't ready. We're waiting for the superintendent out of respect. All right. Welcome back. Adjournment of closed session. Motion and second, please.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Ayes all at once. Aye.
Aye.
No nays, no abstains. Okay, time is 7:08. I apologize for being a little bit late. Got carried away in talking money.
Accept it.
Yeah. Okay, open session reconvened at 7:08. And Mr. Brinker, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Everyone, please place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay. Dr. Alvarez, do we have a report out of closed session?
Nothing to report out.
Okay. Adoption of the agenda, I have something to read. Business consent item, item E 3.5. That's item E 3.5. Award bid number 25-26-2 for high school turf replacement to Asphalt Fabric and Engineering Inc. In the award for bid number 25-26-2 high school turf replacement, the district rejects a bid submitted by KYA Services Limited Liability Corporation, Sprint Turf LLC, and Hellas Construction Inc. because the bidders failed to meet all bid requirements. And two, the award the contract to Asphalt Fabric and Engineering Inc. for a total cost of, and that of is struck out, not to exceed $2,207,883.70, which includes a $200,716.70 allowance for unforeseen conditions and to be paid from the general fund routine repair maintenance account. And also item E 5.1, approve the Human Resources Report number 1357 for classified and certificate employees. Pages 187 through 197, pages 187 through 197, voluntary increase in work hours. All positions as listed should have a start of August 4th, 2026, and not August 5th, 2026, as indicated. All 89 positions as listed should have a start date of August 4th and not August 5th, 2026, as indicated. Okay, with those amendments, can we adopt the agenda? Motion and second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote by board members to adopt the agenda. Aye.
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 Okay, no abstentions, no nays. All right, 5. Presentations, Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP, Annual Update. Presentation by Dr. Kevin Hodgson, Senior Director, Special Programs. Welcome, good to see you again.
Thank you. Great to see you. Good evening, Board President Martinez, Vice President Montes, Clerk Williams, fellow board members, Superintendent Alvarez, the executive cabinet, and the viewing audience. My name is Kevin Hodson. I'm here as the Senior Director of Special Programs to talk to you a little bit about our LCAP, just where we're at in the process before we look to adopt it at the next board meeting. Before I start, I want to say thank you to our Ed Services team, and particularly Ms. Paulina Villalobos and Ms. Nicole Albiso from Business, as they provide a lot of support in this process. So we'll go ahead and start. One of the things that I often start every meeting when I talk about the LCAP is just the fact that this is a 3-year plan. We're currently finishing up year 2, so the plan that's in front of you will be the final plan for this series, and then next year we'll be starting on the new one. What I think is important for us always to talk about as well are 3 goals. So our goal 1, when you read through all of the actions in there, it's all about student achievement. Our goal 2 is conditions for learning, which talks about our staff, our teachers, finding ways to support them, making sure that we have the best possible staff for our students. And then goal 3, engagement. Student engagement, we often talk about it being among the most important goals because without great student engagement, the other things don't matter. So we could have the best teachers in the world, we could have the best curriculum in the world, but if our students are not engaged, then it's just not going to matter. So, but just really what I've been trying to stress this year is where we're at in that process, and we're finishing year 2, writing year 3, but then very quickly next year we'll be starting over with a new LCAP process. So some of the things that we did this year, they're very similar in many ways, but we did tweak a few things based on some feedback. Some of the feedback was from families, some of the feedback was from members of Ed Services, but we had early in the year a couple of planning meetings. This year we had 5 community meetings. So we had 1 early before winter break, and then we had 4 after winter break. And we had pretty good numbers this year as far as participation from our families. It kind of grew as the year went on. We worked with various parent and community groups. So we go to PTA meetings, we go to day pack meetings, we go to our different various parent group meetings to try to, 1, educate them on the LCAP and the importance of it, but then also to gain their feedback as well. We've always had a great working relationship with our union leadership. Expect that to continue in the future, and especially when you're writing a new one, because that's when you'll see more changes happen. Work with our principals, we work with our teachers, we worked with the SELPA, our differentiated assistant team. So what I'm trying to get at, one of the big focuses I've had since I started this role is trying to get as many people involved as possible. And so you'll often hear me talk about the educational community, and a lot of times people think that I just mean our parents and family members. Our educational community is everybody, and so I try to bring everybody in as much as possible. The parts of the plan, this is just kind of a reminder. So it starts off, and we will show the budget overview for parents. It's one of the requirements at this meeting. But then as you're reading through the LCAP, the plan summary is kind of like the general where we're at, some of the generally how we've done. Then there's a section on engaging educational partners. So we list the different meetings that we've had with people. The goals and actions is a really big section, and that shows all of our metrics. So how we're measuring our goals and actions. And then obviously it lists the different actions that we are taking. Increase, improve services for foster youth, English learners, and low-income students. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit, but basically that's a section that talks about how and what kind of impact we're having on those students, because a big portion of the money that goes in the LCAP is based on the number of those students. Expenditure tables, that's where you're going to see two things. You're mainly going to see what we plan to spend for this current year and then what we actually spent. And then you'll also see like what we are projecting out to spend next year. And then tables and instructions, just additional, more detailed tables, and then literally the instructions on how to do the LCAP. So the budget overview for parents, this is one of those things known as the BOP. And it's something that I try to use several times a year to help inform people on what is in the LCAP, what's not in the LCAP, the different types of monies we get. I know tonight there's a budget presentation, so it'll probably go into much bigger detail on this, but one of the things I like to really work with people is so they understand, like I said, what is actually in the LCAP and what's not. So just looking at these numbers, the way it works, and I won't say them exact, but the top one, $522 million. So as of right now, that's the total projected amount of money that we'll have in next year's budget. So $353 million of that is part of the LCFF funding formula. So that's the money that we get based on the number of our students. So that's like, you can think of the base education, the base money. 91 million of that, and this is what I was alluding to on the page prior, 91 million of that is kind of, you could think of it as a bonus. So we get additional money based on the number of foster youth, English learners, and low income students. So in that base is a like I said, I phrase it as a bonus. So that's 91 million there. 100 million in other state funds, grants, things like that, local funds, and then federal funds. So if you were to do the math, the 353, the 100, the 48, and the 18, those four numbers would add up to the 522 million. This is the other important part that I like to stress. So not everything that we do as a district is in the LCAP. So there's $178 million of what we do as a district that's in the LCAP. And so what's not included there is the base instructional services. So like I said, the money that our district gets just based on the general number of students that we have to run our school district. Special services, so students with disability, the funding for that comes separately. Operations, and then like I said, grants, you're not going to find in the LCAP. So some of the things with our educational partner feedback this year, one of the things that we started last year, maybe 2 years ago, was in the past we would translate the document towards the very end. And what we heard feedback, I think it was actually 2 years ago, was we need to do that throughout the process. So we would always have our materials at our meetings, but as we would put out drafts of the LCAP or portions of the LCAP, we would make sure it was translated along the way. So that was a process change that we made about a year or two ago that we continued. One of the big changes that we did this year, and we kind of went back to what we did. So last year with our family meetings, we thought, let's try and meet at the different high schools and give people an opportunity to come from different parts of the district. For whatever reason, the numbers actually were lower. And so we went back to more centralized, and the numbers went up a little bit. So we'll probably play with it and do a combination next year. Next year being such a big, important year, we'll probably do some that are central, but then we'll reach out to sites as well. We had we had even more feedback opportunities this year than we normally do. And that kind of came from last year, I think at this meeting actually. We had talked about, after we put the draft out, like, let's have one more feedback. So we did a couple this week and had people come virtually. It was great. And so we added some even additional feedback opportunities. And then part of the feedback that we're getting people like kind of starting to give some thoughts and ideas on how to make sure that when we develop it next year, we do so in a great way. And so we've talked about developing site teams to work on the LCAP. We've talked about getting that message out very early in the school year, making sure we're ready to go like at back to school night so everyone understands like from the get-go it's really important. And then unlike a typical year, we do a good chunk of the work probably from say February, March to the rest of the year. Next year you'll see it starting much, much earlier. Probably before winter break, it'll be mostly like talking about and trying to educate people about the LCAP and getting people involved. And then like January through April is when you'll see us really writing it. One of the other things, and I didn't put on here, I just got it like this past weekend, and I thought it was a good point, was surveys. Just being careful with the surveys because there's a lot of surveys. So we're gonna, do our best to kind of tie together as many surveys as possible so we don't keep inundating our families with so many. Some of the specific feedback we got on our actions. And so, there it is. Once again, and we generally get it, positive impact of our instructional strategists, our reading specialists, and so forth. We saw some positive trends this past year with our data. We've talked about it in here before. Our families are still very appreciative of the VAPA opportunities in this district and are happy to see it growing. Not that it comes down to the LCAP per se, but there's been in several meetings, people are very happy with the process that we're starting to do with the math adoption for next year. And then some of the needs, safety, I think at this point that's just an almost automatic one. Everyone always wants, obviously we want our students to be safe, and we get that typically every year. Some class size concerns, although I'll say it wasn't as much this year as in previous years. And then one that was new was more two-way communication during meetings. And so what we mean by that is there'd be times where we would set it up, and I have a lot of members from our teams, I should say, that are, in different locations, and then we allowed time for our family and communities and teachers, to talk to people, but we kind of rushed it, because there's 10 or 12 or 13 people, and so we're thinking, well, gosh, if we give 10 or 12 minutes, like no one wants to sit here for 3 hours, so we made an adjustment at the last one that I think worked, because what we realized is not everyone wants to deal, or that wants to go to all 13 stations. So we kind of switched that up, and then it allowed for longer time for people to really have actual conversations with some of the people that were doing these, that are making decisions and working in the different parts of our district. Just some of the additional, our action highlights. So we still have lots of student support. Obviously, much about our dual language program. It keeps expanding, and now it's expanding upward, getting into the high schools. We have a lot of work in our career in college and career readiness in the LCAP. Our teacher induction and residency programs continue to be very successful. Literacy, numeracy, training and support, that's done with people, that's done with professional development. Our program specialists is something that's definitely a highlight. Our multilingual support and professional development, family engagement center. So on goal 3, there's a lot with family engagement. We're still doing lots of SEL and mental health work, and our wellness centers continue to expand, and I'll just add, again, not that this money technically comes from the from the LCAP, but our community schools is really allowing a lot of that help as well. I'll conclude by just looking at our timeline of where we're at. We just finished our formal feedback time period, board presentations tonight. Next Friday in your board package, you'll get anything that we've, any additions that we've made or edits to the LCAP, and then hopefully it's adopted at the next meeting, and then it just goes through the process with the county. One thing I'll just end with is we're in great shape with the county. We started a much earlier deadline with them this year, so I expect it to go really quickly this summer. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Board, do you have questions?
I just want to say thank you for doing the translation much earlier so our families can have that engagement. And also, thank you for listening to our community and our families so that way they can be more involved with the LCAP. I know that there's a lot of acronyms and a lot of stuff to read, but you know, it can be overwhelming, especially for new parents. But you know, thank you so much for making this process easier for them. I know that as a new parent in the district, when I started with my oldest, it was a lot for me. So just thank you for making this process easier and welcoming for our community.
Thank you.
Any other comments, Board?
Yeah. Okay, so the overview was a lot different than the numbers I was reading. So we've adopted this resolution to SOS for student achievement, closing the gaps, and we have a work cut out for us. And we're making gains, but our expectations are just so low. And I don't think of the mindset of the little milestones that we're reaching below baseline. We have to think of how we're exceeding the baseline, 50% above. And so I was excited about when you go to the back and it says how many of our students are above at baseline and above. So that's the numbers that we have to focus on. And we had students at 20 and 30. That's the expectations that we have for our schools. 40, 50 at baseline and above. And so that was a new category that's in here. And that's the goal that we have to go. Our chronic absentee, some of the schools were totally left out on page 205, like Preston, it wasn't even for literacy support and things like that. This is where we have to fine tune it. Frisbee has made gains. Suspension rate, when we look at the numbers, and I just want to clarify, like when you look at suspension rate and you look at African Americans, right? So you can have 5 African Americans in a school. This is Fatish's number.
Yeah.
And you can have 2 that are suspended. And your rates will say you have a high rate. And you can have 500 Hispanics, but you can have, 60. That's still bad for suspension, but the rate can appear low. So let's get these numbers out for the community because we don't want any of those rates, but we need to look at true, not percentage, right? Because when we look at graduation, when we look at our chronic absentee in elementary school, we know elementary school students don't, drive, right? And so as that parent, but when we look at foster care and group homes, that some of our schools have a lot. Their group homes are there. We have a counselor service, but counselor, their ratio. What are those wraparound, our community services? So I just flipped to the back of the book. It's sort of like when you read the newspaper.
Yeah.
You don't read the top paragraph. You go to the middle and the end to see what's really going on. So we're looking at that budget and we're seeing our professional development, how much we actually spend. That's why it's really critical when we go to our budget to see these funds, where they're coming from, not general funds, to see how we're utilizing. We've done a lot better in using that fund, so the board will know what fund is this coming out and how it's utilized. But, we need the outcomes from where our books, what's coming up next, what schools are doing. Some of the schools who had started with high numbers, right? And they're making those gains of improvement. And some who didn't have an issue, but now they're creeping up. So let's target in. It's all about, systemically, things are changing. Some districts are just like cutting out and closing low-performing schools across the board. So everybody lose. So we have to look at student achievement, not the one an individual, but across the board. Across the board, we're just hanging on. So we not looking at how far we're reaching below baseline. We have to baseline and exceeding above and increasing those goals. So this book is a lot easier to read. Thank you. Thank you for the hard work. I've been in those presentations, but let's just sort of get those expectations. Let's look and say, hey, this is a Title I school, our elementary school, where we spend the money, why we haven't spent the money, and really justify with these numbers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, unless somebody else has something, we're moving on. Okay, hearing none. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, and a reminder to presenters, 20 minutes max. The guy with the loop will come and get you at 20 minutes. I'll remind
That
you
guy-
to start closing down at 15 minutes. And that was kind. Dr. Alvarez said 7 minutes, but
Joseph, could you do this?
okay. Proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-27, presented by Diane Romo, Associate Superintendent, Business Services, and Nicole Albiso, Executive Director, Fiscal Services. Ladies?
Good evening, Board. Dr. Alvarez and Cabinet Viewing Audience, my name is Diane Romo. I am the Associate Superintendent for Business Services. And tonight we're going to give you our budget presentation for the proposed 26-27 school year. Just to give a little context, in January, we presented the information that at the time the governor thought would be our 26-27 budget, right? So in January, he gives us his best projection with information available at the time. Normally, as citizens, we all submit our tax returns by April. Either that or there are some estimates that are submitted by larger corporations. And then the state government gets together and updates what that proposal looks like for the upcoming year. So when the governor released their May revision to the proposed budget for 26-27, there was significant changes from that January proposal. So we were as surprised to see that the revenue projections had been updated. When we look into why those revenue projections were higher, it was found that after filings were performed, there was stronger capital gains and stock-based compensation tied to AI technology. So a lot of those individuals that had invested early in AI were capitalizing on their investments. And so the governor had to update their revenue projections. And if you recall from our prior presentations, every dollar that comes into the state, approximately the school districts get 40% of that. And so the governor increased their revenue projections by $16.5 billion. And so as we go on to the next slides, you're going to see what that means for the school district. At the same time, we've had interesting political times. We've now come into a war with Iran, and that has impacted fuel trade, right? And so normally the COLA for the school districts is measured by 8 different data points to determine what is the COLA that is needed to sustain the level of spending. Well, that is a little difficult right now as fuel prices continue to change, and because 20% of our fuel comes from the Strait of Hormuz, thank you, Saida, that has a huge impact on the California economy. So as I go on to the next slide, how do we see this manifested in our budget? So our COLA is being proposed to be 2.87 because our minimum guarantee went up $6 billion, but not all $6 billion is being applied to our COLA. The governor chose to do an augmentation to the LCFF of 1.44%. In addition to that, they decided to make some other adjustments in the budget and increase the one-time funding that the district was scheduled to receive. Although this is great news for the district, we would have loved to see that the additional revenue be applied for ongoing LCFF funds. Once again, he is trying to defer 3.9 billion of appropriations that should be going to school districts. So again, instead of adding 3.9 million for ongoing LCFF funds, he's going to wait and see if those revenues materialize. If they do in the future, he has an obligation to pay us. But then at that point, it might look again like a one-time block grant.
And until we get paid, it has to come out of our pocket.
Yes, yes. So the COLA. So for the first time, we have our COLA 2.87. This is what those 8 data points have determined that will sustain our purchasing power. They decided to add the 1.44% investment into LCFS, meaning that when Kevin goes to write the upcoming LCAP, those additional funds will have a component that has to be accounted for in the LCAP as increased services. And they did something great, which is to have paid pregnancy disability leave for our school district employees for up to 14 weeks, which is great news, right? However, they're having it be a mandate that has to be funded from that 1.44%. That is not necessarily the best practice, as that 1.44% that we have to account for our LCAP, we have to show that we have improved or increased services. So we're not sure how we're going to meet that and also meet the mandate to offer the paid disability leave. And as members of this board, you understand that school district efforts to allow some flexibility in the usage of substitutes for a longer period of time have not been successful. So both our certificated and classified employees will have this benefit, but now the district is going to be under extreme pressure to provide substitutes on a rotating basis every 30 days, which won't be good for our students. So limited information has been provided on the paid disability leave for pregnancy, but as more information comes out, we will definitely relay that to the board. But this will be a huge change in policy, and it's also a huge change in practice when it comes to adding additional mandates to our ongoing funding that is supposed to support our base operations. So when we look at the specific numbers for the school district, as you recall, we are funded on the higher of the current year, prior year, or the prior 3 years. Because our district continues to be in declining enrollment, we typically have been funded on the average of the last 3 years. So if you look at the details of the change in LCFF for our district, the district is losing 4.2 million because of the loss of enrollment. The COLA would have been 7.6 million, and the additional investment to the LCFF is 4.8 million. When we look at the net effect of those three numbers, the change in our LCFF is 8.1.
Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, and viewing audience. My name is Nicole Albiso. I'm the Executive Director of Fiscal Services, and I'm going to walk us through the rest of this presentation. So we've previously discussed the importance of using a multi-year projection as required by California Education Code, and one of the components of developing the multi-year projection are the assumptions we use. And so every reporting period, these assumptions are updated based on the information released either by the governor's office, school services, or based on our own historical data. This includes changes to our enrollment, and as Ms. Romo previously said, our district is in declining enrollment. And so each year we lose approximately 400 to 500 students. This is then factored into the multi-year projection and the current budget year and then each subsequent year after that. This is important because this is how we calculate our ADA, and that's our average daily attendance. Another assumption that we make going into the multi-year projection is the current step and column of each employee. We make the assumption that the current employees we have are going to remain with Rialto, and so they will continue to step year after year until they reach the maximum step. Any changes to health and welfare, as well as any changes in health and welfare based on past increases or information we have available at that time are also included in the budget year, as well as the 2 subsequent years. And then lastly, the major one we look at are any changes for retirement. So while CalSTRS has remained a pretty constant contribution rate for us, CalPERS fluctuates anywhere between 0.5 and 1% every year. And so we have to use the projections provided to us by school services to make the assumption of what it is going to be next year, and then again the following 2 years. The last thing we look at when we look at the assumptions are our district-specific ones. So the ones previously are district statewide. Every district in the state is going to look at those. But the ones that we have that are related directly to Rialto Unified are factored into the budget, and these include expenses for an $8 million math adoption this year, $2.6 million worth of licensing extensions for existing textbooks, technology and cybersecurity infrastructure at an estimated cost of $6.7 million, and classroom technology for this year at an estimated $5.8 million. These expenses, with the exception of the classroom technology, are either a one-time cost or on a 3-year cycle, so they are reduced in future years and also not reflected in the prior current year. So that would be 25-26. The assumptions that we make related to revenue for Rialto Unified are that we are receiving a new restricted one-time 26-27 Student Support Professional Development Block Grant. This proposal is estimated to allocate an additional $900 per student, per ADA, and that is built into the budget this year. This is a one-time revenue, and so that will be reduced in fiscal year 27-28. We are also projected to receive an additional $300 per ADA towards our special education allocation. While we hope this is an ongoing revenue source, this has not been confirmed, and both of these potential revenue sources are subject to change as the budget has not been finalized by the state. So over the past few years, the district has used restricted one-time resources to help maintain our fiscal solvency and continue to support the services that we provide to the students. We're able to do this because it offsets the cost to our unrestricted general fund by utilizing these dollars. So some examples of this are going to be the new, again, Student Support Block Professional Development Block Grant, which is going to be used for the math adoption this budget year. And then we're also planning on using it for the English Language Arts adoption in fiscal year 28-29. Both of these adoptions are estimated to be roughly $8 million each, and that's based on past core subject adoptions. Previously, the district was going to use unrestricted funds to support both of these efforts. And so as you'll see in a later slide, by us being able to shift this expense, it's going to help us meet our minimum reserve of 3% in our final year. Another example of this is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. This gave us the ability to maintain 19 reading specialists who are assigned to each of the elementary schools for an additional 3 years past our initial 3-year commitment. We're currently entering year 2 of that. Another example of this is the prior Student Support Block Grant, which enabled us to, restore 10 additional reading specialists on top of the initial 19, again, for 3 years. And again, that grant is entering its second year of with those positions. Our restricted state mental health funds will be used to support mental health related positions previously funded with unrestricted dollars. Our transportation reimbursement and LEA medical funds will continue to support transportation and health professional related expenses. And lastly, our E-rate will help supplement the cost for the necessary replacement of network equipment. So 2 slides ago, I spoke about the assumptions we use. This is our enrollment versus our average daily attendance analysis, which gives us our percentage attendance rate. This is one of the most important assumptions we must analyze because this is how the district is primarily funded through the local control funding formula, LCFF. From the chart, you can see that our enrollment continues to decline. For example, just to give you guys some real context, from fiscal year 24 to 25 to 25-26, we lost 444 students. From 25-26, which is the current year, to the budget year, 26-27, we are projected to lose an additional 630 students. This is a loss of 1,074 students over 2 years. There are multiple factors that play into this, including large exiting classes, smaller entering classes, students moving out of the area, and other internal environmental issues. While we do continue to lose students, our attendance percentage rate did increase from 24-25 to 25-26, and we are projecting an additional 0.58% increase in 26-27 based on the trends. This chart presents an overview of the district's revenue sources, the primary source being our LCFF, which is based on our enrollment and attendance. Then is going to be our state revenue, which includes our Expanded Learning and Opportunities Program, our lottery funds, our Proposition 28 Music and Arts, our community schools, the Student Support Block Grant, and our transportation reimbursement. Next is our federal revenue, which includes Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, and our federal special ed IDA funding. Lastly is our local revenue. This includes our SELPA pass-through, which is our state special education funding, our interest accounts, our redevelopment, LEA medical, and E-rate funds, and specialized grants. It's important to know that each of these funding sources comes with its own requirements and reporting requirements, so we diligently work to ensure that the funds are properly used and used in its entirety to allow for continuity of services. This next chart is a distribution of our general fund expenses, which combines unrestricted and restricted expenses. Most of our expenses are directly tied to staff salary and benefits, roughly 76% when combined. The remaining funds are allocated to our books and supplies, such as textbooks, classroom supplies, and classroom technology. Our next big grouping is our services and operating expenditures. This includes our transportation contracts, staffing contracts to ensure coverage for positions directly impacting students during vacancies or absences, our cybersecurity software, classroom and other educational software or necessary licenses. Our next one would be our capital outlay, and so this is going to be expenses directly related to building maintenance and upgrades. This is going to include things like HVAC projects, installing new carpets or alternative flooring at the school sites or the departments, replacing asphalt and concrete at school sites, and in major projects like that. Our last category is going to be our transfers out, and these are going to be payments that we have to make for long-term debt, such as our loans. This final chart represents a breakdown of the salaries for the district. As you can see, 60% goes towards our certificated salaries and benefits, 29% goes towards our classified salaries and benefits, and the remaining 10% goes towards our certificated and classified management, supervisory, and confidential. Typically, 85%.
When you say certificate, is that teachers?
Sorry. Yes, teachers.
And then you're classified? Okay.
Yeah,
You
teachers-
specify that, because people outside and things like that.
So certificated would include teachers, counselors, school nurses, any type of TOSAs that we have, which are teachers on special assignments. those types of positions. Typically, 85% of a district's unrestricted expense goes towards salaries. As you can see in the top right corner, 89% of our unrestricted budget is attributed to salaries. The next two slides are summaries of our multi-year projection. As a reminder, the multi-year projection is an estimate of the district's revenue and expenditures during the budget year and the next 2 subsequent years. It is a critical financial planning tool required by California Education Code to ensure fiscal solvency. Our multi-year projection is categorized by unrestricted and restricted funding. The restricted column is the funding used to support the base program of the district. It is considered the bare minimum the district would need to operate its core program. In the current and budget year, you will see that the projected ending fund balance decreases from year to year. This is because the district operates at a deficit, indicated by the negative amount circled above the projected ending fund balance. This means that the district is spending more money than it is actually receiving. The second circle at the bottom of the unrestricted column is there to indicate that the district currently has no unassigned fund balance, as it is all being allocated to cover future years' deficit spending. In the restricted column, you'll see a similar trend of decreasing. This is due to the district utilizing the one-time restricted funds, as mentioned in earlier slides, to help offset the unrestricted general fund impact. Here we have the final 2 slides of our multi-year projection, and again, you will see the continued trend of operating at a deficit in the unrestricted column and a decrease of fund balance in the restricted column. Eventually, in the 3rd year, fiscal year 28-29, the unrestricted fund balance is depleted and the restricted fund balance continues to reduce. In the bottom right-hand corner, you will notice that the combined assigned reserve of the district continues to decline as well, ending fiscal year 28-29 with a combined reserve balance of 16%. When we presented in January, we showed you a preliminary snapshot of fiscal year 28-29 where we did not meet the minimum reserve. And I spoke about the need to make adjustments between then and now to ensure we would be able to meet it for this reporting period. Due to the 26-27 Student Support and Professional Development Block Grant, the additional special education revenue, which allowed us to reduce our contribution, which is funded out of the unrestricted column, and the additional reductions to overtime, extra duty, travel, and specialized purchases, we were able to ensure we meet the required minimum reserve, which allows us to file our report with a positive qualification, which is what we all want. Other items that factored into this were an increase in the current year of $4 million to our interest account, which was based on the first quarter deposit, which was made in September of 2025. Based on that initial deposit, we determined that we should update the budget. We also received a $1.5 million teacher residency grant award, where notice was also received in September of 2025. A $6.7 million award for the initial student support and professional development block grant, and an $8.2 million award for community schools. Because of all of these, we were able to shift some of our unrestricted expenses into these restricted programs, which allowed us to free up some of the unrestricted funds. So I would just like to close by saying I would like to stress the importance that this is a projection, and it is based on the information we have at this time. This includes the assumptions that I mentioned before, as well as the historical data. When this budget was developed, we used a deadline of June 4th. That is because June 5th was the first date that this proposed budget had to be available for public inspection at the district office as required by law. Once it becomes available for public inspection, the district is unable to make any changes. This is important because our budget must be completed early June, but the state budget has not been adopted and finalized until July 1st, giving the state the opportunity to reduce or increase any proposed revenue sources for the school districts. This can result in potential changes to the adopted budget at first interim when we have this information available. This year at each interim, we will be providing presentations to the board to give updates on major changes. This will include any additional revenue the state allocates or grants the district receives, or any major expense updates, such as projects that may need to be postponed or are no longer moving forward. Finally, I'd like to encourage the board members and the public to engage with district staff to learn more about how the budget supports our daily operations. A deeper understanding of the budget development process and operational needs of the district helps ensure that discussions are grounded in accurate information. This allows the board and community to thoughtfully distinguish between statements that may be presented with confidence but lack context and those that are supported by verified facts and data. Do you guys have any questions?
Please go ahead.
I just had I just wanted to go back to this district enrollment attendance trend to make sure I understood it. The blue and the red, are we saying that, like 25, 26, say there's 93% of enrolled, but only, say 21 or so thousand are attending? Or are we saying like from the blue line to the red line that people are dropping out of our district?
No. So we're saying that the blue line is the enrollment of our students. So that's how many students we physically have enrolled in the school. And the red line is how many days the students are actually attending school.
Okay.
So they're not dropping, it's just they're not coming.
Okay. Yeah.
So the positive qualification rating, that really reflects on our bond rating. And what is our bond rating?
I can get that information to the board, but I do believe the last bond rating was like an A+.
Oh, great, thank you.
It's gone up. I looked and it was AA. That was after last time I asked you. Any other questions? Okay, what is the attendance percentage of ADA? In other words, I'd love to see 98% attendance. I'm sure we all would. Last I saw, we were headed towards 96% and dropping.
So prior to COVID, we were at around 96%. COVID affected districts statewide. And so while we're not at 96% yet, we are getting there. Right now, our percentage rate for next year's is expected to be around 94%, which is still not where we want to be, but we are moving in a positive direction.
There's potential money right there.
Yeah, we looked at data, and actually, if you look at the districts within the county, when we take all of those districts above 10,000 ADA, we're tied in third place with Colton, right after Etiwanda and Ontario Montclair. So our district has done a phenomenal job of bouncing back.
Okay. Post-COVID, wow. Mr. Montez, you had a question?
Yeah, what are the biggest financial risks to the district in the next 3 years, and how does this budget prepare for that?
So the biggest risk that was noted in this governor's proposed budget is the fact that they did include a lot of the AI capital gains. But what they have done is they haven't continued that level of expectations for the future years in the state funding. And so the COLAs that we have for 27, 28, and 28, 29 are actually very conservative. And so those are the projections that we use when projecting at the local level. So if we continue to see higher capital gains, then we should anticipate that the district will receive a little bit more money. Some of the things that we do to build in to our projections is we identify what things are a must and what things are discretionary. So if next year our projections don't materialize and we're faced with having to make cuts, we have already started working with Dr. Alvarez so that we know how those decisions will be guided.
Okay, hopefully we don't have an AI bubble and it continues. But ladies, thank you very much as always. Great info.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I especially appreciate the added notations this year.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we move on to family engagement, high expectations. Presentation by Joseph Williams, Senior Director, Community Partnership, and Jose Montez, Dr. Jose Montez, Director of Community Schools. Gentlemen,
Good evening, Board President Martinez, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, and Cabinet and viewing audience. I'm Joseph Williams, Senior Director of the Community Partnerships, and my colleague, Dr. Montez, Director of Community Schools. We're here and we're excited about the opportunity to be able to present this item to you. So thank you for having us come back. So just a little context. I've been leading family engagement for about 2 years now, and we've gone through a series of focus groups, surveys, kids' birthday parties with my children at the park and people talking to me in the supermarket, and just getting an understanding of what family engagement looks like in Rialto Unified School District. And through our work with the statewide community of practice of the Community Engagement Initiative, we identified that we had a ideological lack of clarity what family engagement looked like in Rialto Unified School District. We also identified that there was fragmentation in how we engage. A lot of our engagement was transactional and it lacked coherence. And so that's what we call our problem of practice. And so if you look at this slide here, what we put in front of you is what we're proposing as our theory of change. And so basically what we're saying is if we establish at our sites FACE teams, if we equip our families through our Curtis T. Winton Parent Institute, if we, and I just have to say that I walk in that building every single day, and that's my former junior high school as a student that attended there. And when I see the word institute on the building, our aim is to bring a level of quality that our parents and our families deserve. And so that's what this item is about, is to give ourselves a curriculum that the district will own that will allow us to, so when we go from the if to the then, build confidence amongst our families. We want to shift from the transactional relationships to transformative engagement with our families. And if you look at family engagement across the state, we're moving from this idea of families just being involved to them actually being engaged. That means that they're part of the co-education process and seen as assets to student engagement. If we do these things, then what we're saying is that we'll have a thriving district with a culture of shared leadership and families, where families, educators, community partners are all working together to collectively impact our students' outcomes and then expanding access to opportunities. And so with the item, when we talk about the implementation map, how we get this done, we start first by building this curriculum and the tool that the district will own and be able to facilitate on demand and reduce the licensing fees and our dependence on external organizations to be able to do this. Then we will train through what we call the Rialto Peer Leading and Learning Network. It's a community of practice that's made up of our school sites, and that work will be fueled through our community engagement specialists. So basically we train them to be able to host this information at their sites, provide direct training to their families. We still continue to do some stuff at the district level, but now they have the actual content themselves that they can deliver for families. And then that work just gets activated. It's improved. We have a continuous improvement loop so that we can look at feedback and see where we need to make adjustments. We might need to, adjust things. And well, let me just go to the next one. So why expectations? You're asked, maybe your questions are, why are we using high expectations? Again, we want to reduce our dependency on, when I took over, we were paying a lot of licensing fees. We have a lot of dependency on external organizations. I depend on our departments to do training. Sometimes it's cost agreements, no cost agreements, and that impacts our ability to scale across the 29 sites and do our work at the district because it's all dependent on other folks' availability. And so what high expectations will offer for us is this is work that's aligned to the dual capacity framework for effective family school partnerships. This work is built out of School of Harvard, Summer Family Institute. These are proteges of Dr. Mapp's work. And thousands and thousands of school districts and families were surveyed, and this is all evidence-based work. And so what they will do is just build for us the workshop. So we're purchasing curriculum, not licensing fees. We're not purchasing professional development. And again, We're going to eliminate ongoing dependence on external consultants for this piece of the family engagement work. So this investment, we'll get facilitators guides, we'll get slides, handouts, outreach materials, evaluation tools, and that allows us to work at the speed that we need to. And again, the importance about their experiences is developed with adult learning styles in mind. And so we build this with the adults that we're tasked with training, because when you're working with adults, they're not going to sit for 2 hours and listen to a lecture. They want to be engaged. They want to understand that you recognize the funds of knowledge that they have and that they get an opportunity to participate. So this will be designed with that in mind. So next, Dr. Montez will talk about the goals.
Good evening, Board of Education, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, and viewing audience. My name is Jose Montes, and I am the Director of Community Schools, and I have the pleasure of working with Mr. Williams with the FACE team. As you may know, the Community Schools Framework has 4 pillars, and one of them being active and in an authentic family engagement. So this opportunity with high expectations allows us to build capacity specifically around that pillar. So the pillar allows us to create an infrastructure, a curriculum infrastructure that will support both as a dual capacity, as Mr. Williams stated, building capacity for our staff to engage with families and our families to engage with staff, essentially in the school environment. So that's essentially what the dual capacity framework does. And it provides us an opportunity to create a systemic approach to family engagement within our school district. So instead of it primarily either being centralized or in specific schools, creating capacity or building capacity within all schools so that our staff and families have an opportunity to engage with the school in a much more meaningful and systemic way. The objective as well is to have an editable and district-owned curriculum that can be used by a variety of interest holders within our district. So our community school specialists. So I'm in charge of our community school specialists, which are beginning to establish the framework at each of the sites with specific goals. So for those that may not be fully aware, our grant requires that there's an annual progress report at the end of the year to explain the work that has been done at the district level, at the sites, and any expenditures that happened that year. And of course, the indicators that demonstrate impact. So this is an opportunity for us to create something that allows our team members to build capacity and use those strategies with our families at the specific sites. And really, like Mr. Williams said, eliminates the outsourcing, right? Because it's a building capacity tool that allows us to train and provide opportunities for learning for our staff so that they can engage in a meaningful way with our families. So the benefits, really, there are a few things that are key components of this curriculum, which is the modules, the 6 parent modules that will support the dual capacity framework to support our families and our staff. 5 community school specialist professional development sessions, or modules, I should say, that support the site-based family engagement practices. Once again, building capacity for our team members to engage with our families at the site level. And then the facilitator package, which allows us to tailor it to the needs of our specific sites. There's a saying in community schools that if you've seen one community school, you've seen one community school. So that means that every site has its own specific needs, and this allows us to do that. So with its own modules, guides, and slides, we'll be able to have the opportunity to tailor that to our sites. Our community schools framework also requires that we have an assets and needs assessment at the beginning of the year, which allows us to know what our sites need at the ground level so we can tailor the work throughout the year for those sites. So, yes.
So, and I gotta say this, we buy it, we own it, we run it. And so this is for the core curriculum. So we want to make sure that rests with Rialto. So again, the district has a history of strong family, and we've had an opportunity to see family engagement all across this country. Rialto can be proud of the work that's been happening over the years. What this does is gives us the infrastructure to repeat the things that we want to see happen on a regular and consistent basis and actually get the measurement from it. And so just a brief of what you would see in a curriculum like this, if we talk about the 4 C's. And so it's a mindset first. So the first C is cognition, and it's working on understanding. And so when we talk about dual capacity, we're talking about the capacity of staff, and we're also talking about the capacity of our families. Then we want to increase connections with classroom teachers. We need families to have positive interactions with the people that spend the most time with their children. The third one is confidence, is for parents to be able to support learning and development at home with their students. And at the same time, we also want to see learning and development happening in our communities through our partnerships with our businesses, the movie theaters, and getting them to promote literacy, numeracy out in the community so that we can scale the messaging for our students. And then last is the capabilities. We want our staff to be able to be effective with their communications with families, be effective at supporting families, and then the same thing, have families feel that they have the capabilities to support learning and development at home. I won't bore you with the last slide. These are our accomplishments from the last year. You know, I hope you've seen all of the work and effort that FACE has done. It's a lot of activity, and now what we're trying to do is move from activity-driven modes to a more systemic and more systematic way of doing our work. And yeah, thank you for the opportunity to just share this, and we can take any questions that you have.
Question, board?
Oh, and we are asking that you approve this item tonight so that we can move forward.
I knew there was something.
I think the presentation was excellent. To go from transactional to transformational, I think that is what we're looking for in this district. And to save us, as we just had the budget presentation, anything that will save us money in the long term and potentially become an income stream for us if we go, and I don't know if it's possible if we do that for free or not, but, you know, to teach other districts around us and to be seen as a leader in this capacity. I mean, that is our goal, right? To be a leader in all things student success. So I definitely appreciate you guys coming out to explain this further, because when it's just, you know, when it's an item in the agenda, sometimes, you know, we don't have an opportunity to see the wonderful work that we're doing here in the district. So we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have something? Okay.
Just one quick question, positive. When,
Into the mic, please.
oh, sorry. Just when these modules come out, they are all systemic as far as like their, you know, social emotional, and then how to, they're different like parts for the parent, or like how do the modules, how are they broken down?
Yeah, so if we go back to the slides, we're gonna have it's 6 modules that are specifically for the parents.
Okay.
And so again, the modules are going to be centered in the dual capacity framework. And the idea behind that is that parents understand, how do I have an effective conversation with a teacher? How do I have an effective conversation in a way that allows me to know how I'm going to support my kid at home, and that partnership? So what are the appropriate points in time do I do my check-ins? We check in with our teachers 3 times a year. We don't wait to the end of the year, teaching parents those kind of things. What questions do you ask? How do you figure out what is the support that my child needs? Because a lot of parents are surprised at the end of the year, my kid didn't get what they were supposed to get. And so teaching them those kind of things. The parents that are in our school volunteering, finding ways for them to have activities to be able to support the site, support classroom learning, be a part of classroom passing periods, giving them the confidence to be involved in those kind of things. So the 6 modules really focus on those 4 C areas: cognition, so the belief that, hey, I play a role in my child's education and I take a leadership. Also with our staff, a belief that families are co-educators and should be part of that. and be part of that process. So that's the whole belief part, connections, making sure that the classroom teacher's communication is a two-way communication. A lot of families say it's one-way communication, and you're communicating with me when there's a negative incident. And so we want to increase that two-way, you checking in, you knowing what points in time of the year to check in, and what specifically do you check in with a teacher about. When we meet with our child about their IEP, and if there's a sub or a change, we're sometimes coaching the teacher on, this is my child's IEP, our daughter has a vision impairment, and we want to make sure that the IEP gets implemented the way that it was called out. And so parents got to have the confidence to be able to have that kind of conversation. And so that training helps them with that. With the capabilities, so we have some modules that will teach them about, how to support learning and development at home. What do you do? How do you set up a safe, quiet place at home for your kid to study, for your kid to practice their homework and do all of the things? What does that look like in your home? And then the last one is, so confidence, cognition, capabilities, and then the connections. Those will be what the modules are centered on for families. And then with staff, same thing. They're going to get the training. And so when you look at the framework talks about when you go through your credentialing program, a lot of times there's no family engagement module where you're trained on what it looks like to have an effective partnership with a school. Parents, the same way. Parents come to us, maybe have had a negative experience with schools as a child, or maybe they're having a negative experience with the school now. And so on both sides, the idea is to help them see what the examples of what effective partnerships look like. And so that's what those modules will be designed to do. And so what we're getting is the scripts, the PowerPoints. The key part is develop with adult learning styles in mind, not something created for children, but for adults.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you very much. It was a great experience. Very nice. And Dr. Montez, welcome. Okay, we continue with B4, promoting student and family engagement with Knowledge J. Knowledge.
Presentation doubt.
Okay.
Board President, if I might introduce Amin Ra from Knowledge, and he's here to present on a program that is on the agenda that's geared toward helping improve our attendance rates through the Knowledge program. So I'll turn it over to him.
All right.
I'm ignorant. It is knowledge.
It's knowledge.
Knowledge.
Yeah. But I like knowledge with a J, right? Knowledge J. But a good evening, board, and Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, and all the stakeholders, educators here, parents. Thank you for the time. My name is Amen Raw. I'm the CEO of Knowledge. I'm a 20-year educator. Started off as a paraprofessional all the way up to a principal. And we're here to talk about how we can reimagine student engagement. I want to echo what Dr. Kevin talked about. Students are not showing up. How can we get to achievement? So from attendance to achievement, Rialto Unified is positioned to be potentially a national leader when it comes to innovation, when it comes to how we can re-engage students, families, and teachers back to where they belong, which is school, right? So a few things. When it comes to our network, we know a few things. I see it was 22,000 students now from that report, but approximately 22,000 students, 29 schools. What we found is that 18 to 20% of students are chronically absent in the district, right? That is a direct correlation to ADA. That's a correlation to potential funding. And what we feel is that we can help unlock the hidden treasure and the hidden potential in students and families with an innovative program. Here's the challenge. The challenge is that chronic absenteeism is not just a Rialto problem. It's since COVID, it is something that's called a new absenteeism. See, prior to COVID, typically we had students that were systemically blocked. We had those who had transportation. We had those who had byproducts of health with nursing. But since the pandemic, there's a new absenteeism trend that is happening. It is those students who were typically engaged prior to the pandemic, and now they're disengaged. They have stability. Now they're looking like, well, what is the relevance in coming to school? So how do we now make school relevant for all young people? Also, what we noticed in our research, we noticed that PBIS is starting to add a lot of labor to schools. Who went to school to become like a Shopify expert? We're doing student stores and inventory, trying to figure out how do we get students with stickers and all these other different types of incentives, and we can actually get students back to where they belong with something that's tangible that we'll talk about. So what is knowledge? Knowledge is a learn-to-earn program that helps re-engage students and families with financial incentives like tuition rewards, which we'll talk about later. Imagine a world where every single student in Rialto Unified can earn $10 a day to over 400 colleges and universities and up to $50,000 in tuition reimbursement from kindergarten through 12. That means if they're going to Azusa Pacific or University of Laverne, that bill will be able to be reduced for attending school and learning in Rialto Unified. In addition to that, we have national corporate partners that comes and supports families, whether it be for bill pay, digital gift cards, that will allow them to unlock short-term rewards and long-term rewards, all while attending school. So what knowledge enables from a district is we allow for campaigns to be automated. Our technology allows for a few clicks of a button to connect with students, families that will actually personalize learning, personalized attendance. Let me give you an example. When I founded my high school in Watts, we had a 100% graduation rate for 3 years in a row and maintained a 96% attendance. One of the challenges that we did was something called J's for Days. Students in my school, they love sneakers. So they would be able to come to school 23 days in a row, and they would be able to have opportunities to earn exclusive sneakers. We also build a connection with student savings accounts where parents were able to earn savings for participating in parent university and parent colleges. So now, not only do we need family participation, with knowledge, we can have true family engagement. For schools, principals and attendance teams, community specialists can actually use the infrastructure of knowledge to launch their own school campaign. We all know that some schools have their own unique problems, and they can actually participate in customizing different attendance campaigns and learning campaigns in one central location. For families, this is important because our young ones, we heard, they don't drive, right? We need parents to be involved. The primary source of education still is in the household. So how do we still engage parents? Parents are now being able to earn rewards, be re-engaged for their participation in their child's educational journey. So how does it work? I know we hear this all the time. Like, all right, there's going to be a lot on teachers. I was a principal. The last thing teachers want is another thing to do when it comes to professional development. I'm sure Rialto already has a jam-packed professional development of every different training. What we try to make is something that is seamless, that plugs in. So we plug in an integration system. So while teachers take their attendance in your SIS, it will automatically update in knowledge, pinging parents, stakeholders, and all the stakeholders that are involved in a student's journey. Now let's say you have a back-to-school campaign and you want perfect attendance, or maybe it's 80% attendance for the first 30 days of school. You can set that, and if a student has 95% or 96% attendance, they will be able to be eligible not only for their tuition rewards, but short-term rewards as well. We have a framework. It's simple. It's the 3 R's. Re-engage, restore, and then reward. See, a lot of districts feel like, hey, we can just throw rewards at the problem. Don't look at us as just an incentive program. We're infrastructure. First, we must re-engage. Then we restore. There's a level of trust that families need to feel back into school, but also for young people to feel like, hey, this is worth it for me, right? We hear about AI and the capital gains, but there is really a distrust going on in the labor market and how fast it's shifting and how we need to prepare the next generation not to survive, but to be able to thrive. Now, our system architecture is simple. We connect with the SSO system, which is a single sign-on, and the student information system for Rialto, making the data transaction accountable. We are COPA and FERPA compliant. We are in some of the largest districts and went through a strenuous, in the pursuit of SOC 2 compliance. Now, with New York Department of Ed and LAUSD, we have already passed all data protocols when it came to high security compliance. Now, how it works is once the data is integrated, we're able now to not only combat absenteeism, but we're also able to increase test prep for state standards, from kindergarten through 12th, starting in 3rd grade, all the way up to 11th grade. And for the tuition rewards, students are able, it doesn't go against their FAFSA, and it allows them to reduce that bill up to their junior year. Seniors, I'm sorry, but when you're a senior, you have to get all your points before your senior year, so when you apply to college. Here's where we believe that we changed the game. Typically across the nation, there are all these different separate technology systems. You have iExcel, you have this dashboard, you have Everyday Labs, you have Parent View, Parent Square, all these different things for parents and families. We're able to connect all different stakeholders together in one location. Students, families, teachers, admin, and the district to have visibility, accountability, and a pathway to achievement. I want to be really specific around our Tuition Advantage program, because this is how we connect attendance to achievement. Here's an example of all the different colleges that we have been working really hard to participate in our program, from Azusa Pacific to University of Laverne to HBCUs all across the country. The max that every student and family can achieve for attending school is $250 a month. So that's $2,500 a year potentially in tuition rewards for attending school. This is how you connect college into the household, but this is also how you also get them to feel that they have hope going into any school that they would like. In addition to college tuition rewards, we also have corporate partners like Best Buy, Raising Cane's, Venmo, and Chime. They have something that's called CSR, Community Social Responsibility. They actually come and support schools, families, in regards of getting students back to where they belong. This is an example of what personalization looks like at scale. This is our knowledge library where families, imagine a family now at a school, say, hey, I know, instead of knocking on your door with a punitive, like, hey, if you don't come back to school the next 3 days, you have to go to court. Well, what if we had something that was, we reimagined it? Hey, if you come back to school, we're going to value the relationship you have with your learning. And then now you can have an opportunity to get short-term rewards within our ecosystem. So what is the data? I'm a principal and numbers have to align. It all sounds good, but until we see outcomes, that's what matters. So we have been doing this now for over 3 years. We've worked with some of the largest districts in the nation. One specifically is Los Angeles Unified School District. We work with over 50,000 students and help reduce chronic absenteeism on an average of 8%. We've had some schools report up to 21% in reduction in chronic absenteeism. In DC public schools for their 6th grade academies, we helped increase their ADA, their average daily attendance, by 30%. Now, this is what's really important. What we've seen over the course of time is that most districts will start after what we call Shocktober. Shocktober is when the data changes. From August to September to October, we have some teachers getting it because they know, right? In October, we start to realize, well, the data is starting to tell a story. And then by the time we try to intervene, it may be too late. One of the best things that we can do is prevention. Prevention, prevention, prevention. So current partners that we've worked with from across the country, Atlantic Public Schools, Newark Public Schools, from rural schools in Poplar, Montana, we have a universal platform that is for families. We also provide a way to extend the learning. Imagine a world where students now can continue their learning, continue the value, and continue to be re-engaged, restore, and reward, from beginning of school to lunch to even after school to summer programming, allowing them to continue their learning courses. We integrate with Google Classroom, so if teachers wanted to add incentives to learning with performance tasks, they can as well. So what we say here is, let Rialto become a national leader, reimagining, re-engaging, restoring and rewarding students and families back to where they belong, because the trajectory of learning starts first with students and families being present, then participating, and then progressing, and then they can get to proficiency. Thank you. I'd love to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Board, do you have any questions? Comments? Okay, touch on the short rewards, whatever you called it. A student, I don't want to wait till 10 months from now before I
Correct.
get whatever.
Correct.
Okay, if I don't see nothing at the end of the day, I'm gone.
Yep, that's
Okay,
real.
so talk to me.
Yeah, so one of the biggest extrinsic motivations in education are grades, right? Grades is extrinsic motivation. When it comes to short-term rewards, or what we call micro rewards, it gives that instant kind of gratification. It gives that, like, you see me, right? So you can set campaigns for a week, a couple days. You can set it for one day for parents. Let's say Mr. Williams and Dr. Montez is doing something for family engagement, and they want to say, hey, for all the parents that show up to this event that is going through the module, we're going to be able to reward them for their participation, their engagement. Same thing for students. Imagine students now coming to 11th graders. They're coming to your FAFSA. When I was a high school principal trying to chase down students for finishing financial aid, hey, why don't you come and finish your financial aid and go through this process, and you can actually earn digital rewards for doing so. So you can set the terms from a week, customize it to a day, to a month. The tuition rewards happen daily. Everyone gets that. That's universal. That's the long-term rewards. Short-term is all around what is the North Star we want, and what is the data that we're looking for, if that makes sense.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Can the teacher set, like if they're doing a reading score or thing, is it easy? Is it teacher operated?
Yeah, so teachers can connect it to reading scores. We are not, we are in the form of integrating with IXL. We are integrating with Google Classroom. So if a teacher wants to set up a performance task where, hey, if every student got an 85% of mastery and we want to be able to set rewards for it, they can. And stage one, we like to say, let's focus on attendance first. Get them to participate. Right? let's get them there first. But we can have those those knowledge champions be able to leverage the technology for learning, which is that is where we want to be as we work with Rialto.
Gotcha.
Board Member Dominguez.
Yes, thank you for coming out for your presentation. I do remember seeing you at CABSI, the luncheon at
Absolutely.
CSBA. So, but my question is, actually, I got a couple. Where is it? Okay, so for the scholarships, I did see on your scholarship, I'm sorry, for the colleges that are available here. I mean, some of these are high school students that have not been accepted yet to colleges. I don't see Cal State San Bernardino on here. So what happens if they're going there and they're not going to one of these colleges?
That's
What happens
a
to
great
that
question.
money?
That's a great question. So let's say a student from kindergarten through 12, the family has earned 30,000 in tuition reward points, and they're saying, I don't care about none of these 400 colleges. I'm going somewhere else. One, they can actually gift those points to a sibling. Two, if they choose to go to Cal State San Bernardino, which we're working hard to get more colleges involved. This is not like, hey, it's fixed. So we're working to get more colleges. But those points can be gifted. They can be sent to another student, and they don't expire. So let's say Cal State San Bernardino, they were going there, and I've had high school students shift and transfer. Maybe you still have that opportunity and you still have those points. So if you transfer to Azusa Pacific or you transfer to Morris Brown, you can actually still leverage those points even if you're going for your master's degree. So those are still relevant for the family to make sure, like, hey, I still have it. And if you don't use it, it's just a nice to have to give opportunity and access where it wasn't there before.
Okay, and how is all of this funded? Because I mean, I know that you have partnerships with Kane, Schools First, and all that, but I know that they're not saying, here, have some free money.
Yeah.
So how is this funded?
Yeah, so two things. When it comes to colleges, those are actually tuition discounts. So there's not money being transacted to the student for the college tuition. That is when they go to the school and they apply, it is reduced. So example, if they're going to University of Laverne and it was $20,000 for their freshman year and they had 5,000 in points, it'd be reduced to 15,000. So that's from the colleges that we work with. When it comes to the short-term rewards, that is actually in partnership. So we have Chime, we have others, and we have our own discretionary funds that we use to fund rewards with our partners as well.
Hi.
Hey, did you have another one? I didn't know if you had another one. Go ahead.
So I'm looking at the LAUSD Local District South, 8% average reduction in chronic absenteeism, and then the Washington, D.C. 6th grade academies, 11 schools, 30%. I know all of us would be looking for like drastic changes. Wanted to know if it's if it's particular grade levels that are more receptive and that do better with this program versus other grades, and then sizes of schools, is it smaller academies versus larger like high schools or something? That is there a huge difference in where it works best?
Well, we have seen great results from K to 12 because it's personalization. One, when it comes to like 8%, I know that number is a single digit, but that is a significant number when it comes to like the loss of ADA when it comes to a student in California missing a day of school, right? We're thinking about up to $50 to $70 a day for every time a student misses school in California. That can impact the budget, right? When it comes to and I believe your question was when it comes to does it work well from kindergarten to 12? We've seen it work best when it comes to schools that believe in working with the program, right? Well, we've seen that there are some schools that don't believe that students deserve to be rewarded, right, for coming to school, right? They believe that, kids should just love coming to school. But unfortunately, the 2018 family is not like the 2026 family, right? So we have seen it across the board from rural Montana to the South Bronx, seeing it be effective, but it's most effective when it's used with fidelity. If it's someone saying like, hey, this is a knowledge program over here, it's almost like restorative practices. Somebody always say, well, we're going to do that restorative practice thing now. Restorative practices work well when it's part of the culture and the DNA. So if knowledge is part of the infrastructure and how we do things, it works the best from K to 12.
I just want some clarification.
Yeah.
I did read that you are a nonprofit 501. Is that correct?
So we have a nonprofit arm. Knowledge is a for-profit. We have two. We have Knowledge Inc., so for-profit company. Then we have the Knowledge Foundation. This is the Knowledge for-profit.
And the foundation is the one who provides the scholarships, and
Correct.
partnerships are provided by the Inc.
Correct. So it's the Knowledge Foundation goes and works with partners as well as the Knowledge for-profit. So it depends on the company. Like Chime will work with Knowledge Foundation. Raising Cane's will work with the for-profit.
I got a question.
Yes, absolutely.
8% average reduction in chronic absentee is the average. I think our district, we had a presentation that said we're already on an 8% average increase in ADA. Was that correct?
We've had a 2% over the last 4 years.
Okay, so my only concern with the cost is if we're already our Rialto, our USD is already in a projection of increased ADA, 18% in the last 4 years. What guarantee do we have to enter into a 3-year contract and actually be able to separate and say, okay, well, we're already on a projected increase in ADA. How do we know that it's because of this program?
Yeah, so I want to also define, we have ADA, chronic absenteeism, and then truancy. So as opposed, chronic absenteeism has been around 18% for the last 3 or 4 years. That's close to 20. That's 1 in every 5 students that's chronically absent. So if you're at a district with 20,000 students, you're looking at close to 5,000 students or 4,000 students that are roughly missing over a month of school, right? And then you have your average daily attendance. And so we just looked at the board, we're trying to get to, I believe it was 94% that I seen that you're looking at. Now, if we're talking about even decreasing that by 3 to 5%, that can contribute to a cost savings when it comes to future funding just by decreasing the chronic absenteeism from 18% to 12%. Right? And now you have a new way of re-engaging families and students to prepare them for the future when it comes to our program. So when you think about if you're averaging 18% chronically absent over the couple of years, the value comes in.
No, it's an increase, right?
So the chronic absenteeism is defined by a student who misses more than 10% of the school year. So they're missing 18 days at least out of the school year. So I think what, I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Ra
is referring to is that for our district, Right now, we're hovering around 20% chronic absenteeism, so 20% of our 22,000 students miss more than 18 days. If we're able to have some of those students attend on a daily basis, that might help us get from our current 94% attendance rate up to 96 or 98, like Mr. Martinez mentioned earlier. I think it would require a deeper dive into what would be more of a Dr. Black question. Why do we have that 20% chronic absenteeism? And then how do we get them to reduce the rate of absenteeism?
And the learning loss. The teachers, the
Right.
kids have to
But-
be there to learn.
But from what I got from your presentation, our attendance is increasing every year.
Right, and I have some data around that. Let me share. So if we look at chronic absenteeism, in 21-22, we had a 34.4% chronic absenteeism, meaning that over a third of our students were missing more than 18 days a year. That number went down to 33.8 in 22-23, down to 27.8 in 23-24, and in 24-25, that went down to 23.1. I'm not sure what the projection is for the current year. I don't know.
Currently 20.5.
And this is, Dr. McMillan and her team over in Student Services has definitely been working really hard to continue to bring those numbers down.
That's great.
On the opposite, we have average daily attendance that speaks to how many of our students are coming to school every day or recovering their attendance through our Step Up attendance recovery program.
Saturday school.
So although they don't, so one of the details is when a student misses class and they come and recover through Step Up attendance recovery, it's the original absence still counts towards chronic absenteeism because they've missed the instruction from their teacher. And so that doesn't correct that initial absence. So although we're collecting the ADA, the student has already missed the instruction.
But we recover the revenue.
Correct. So we're recovering the revenue, but the student is not recovering the instruction to
loss.
its fullest because our teachers do come on Saturdays and they do try to give them, a equivalent instructional day, but obviously it's nowhere near the instruction that they would get from the primary opportunity.
And the value comes in thinking about the money that's also used for that, right? To then, how do we recover? But the learning loss still exists, and then that compounds, right? And we're like, there. Just to be clear, there is no silver bullet that just solves it like that, right? This is a bet on the infrastructure of re-engaging, restoring, and rewarding that we're about.
So this is a 3-year plan. When do you usually start seeing results?
Yeah. So you'll see results spike typically the first year, as soon as we start engaging, because this is something innovative, right? People will always say, like, well, how are we starting to get rewards for coming up? Why are we doing this? So you'll start to see the participation start to get involved. The reality is that it takes time to not re-traumatize students too and families of like, hey, we got them back, but now, did we say something to trigger? Did we say the wrong thing? So we typically like to give a sustainability plan. That's why we say, hey, if you get this right for 3 years, you'll be able to sustain this. Similar to what Mr. Williams said is, now you just have the tool and the infrastructure for Rialto to continue to work.
So
long-
I was just looking in our LCAP and across all of our schools, on all of our group, our chronic absentee rates are sky high. And really in the elementary, on all, that's where it's the highest. On all the elementary, where they're getting their foundational. I mean, there's that 50, 40%, the tighter ones. And this is where these kids tend, whether they're excused or unexcused, they are not getting a chance to get the reading scores or math because they're not there. So, whether you're looking at 90, 10 days out of a year or more across all groups, special needs or whatever, we have an issue.
Right.
Absolutely.
So 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever we've been doing hasn't been working. and doing the same thing over and over with the same outcome,
That's the definition.
okay? It's time.
Ms. Dominguez, you have
How
something?
long have you had knowledge?
Knowledge, yeah.
Sorry, I bougie.
Yeah, no, it's all right. It's all right.
Have you had this company going for, and how many districts have you worked for besides Ellis, LA, USD South, and
It's a
Washington?
great question. We work with 28 districts across the country, close to 200,000 kids. We started in 2023.
2023, okay.
How much of this contract is invested back into our students?
So our students, well, all of it is invested back in the students when it comes to like professional learning, the platform infrastructure, when it comes to our work with our partners. It can exceed over six figures when it comes to being reinvested, but also millions of dollars in tuition discounts when it comes to attendance. So if you just cross the ADA and think about how much students can earn in 10 points and $10 a day for tuition rewards, you're talking about millions of dollars in college savings if you have students that are going to some of the colleges that we work with, in addition to short-term rewards. So the value in regards to our universal approach when it comes to tuition rewards are millions of dollars that's working. And then when it comes to like tangible short-term rewards, it's over $100,000 that's be provided for students all across the district.
Yes, Dr.
Martin,
Alvarez.
just two questions. Just I think for those for the implementation of the program and those who might be using it day-to-day school site, administrators, teachers, whoever, is there like a max of how many times they can issue out rewards for kids?
Yeah.
Digital learning, is there a cap? Is it unlimited? How does that work?
It's a great, so within the platform, you have knowledge credits. So you have the amount of credits that you have in your platform, and there is a max. So no one student can get over 600, our family, $600 in gift cards, right? That's the max for any single family or student. But our system tracks that, and it actually caps out when it says, hey, this student has earned more, and it tries to make it equitable so that everyone is still getting access to tangible rewards as they show growth in attendance.
Is that per year?
Per year.
And sorry, and I just
For
wanted
one, so let me just clarify. So one family, they can't get more than $600 in tangible reward. They can get more than that in the tuition rewards, but not in regards of gift cards or any financial incentives until the next fiscal year, calendar year. Sorry.
And so I just wanted to point out that it is over the last 4 years, not including the school year, the district has dropped its chronic absenteeism by almost 10%.
Yes.
From like 30, I think it was 33%. Last year it was about 23. I know we're projected to be lower than that for the upcoming school year that we just ended.
Yeah.
But obviously there's always room to continue to improve. But I just wanted to
1000%.
point that out.
Okay, and I think we're all out of questions. You have something?
I did. And it was on.
The vote's coming up. Can it be asked to them?
It can.
That way you can.
Oh, I know what it was. Okay, you mentioned there's a $600 cap per year, and you also mentioned that the first year is like, it's new, and that's when you see the most changes, improvement. Do you see a fall off once that's, first of all, how many of these students usually get to the $600? And then once they get there, do you see changes in the attendance?
Yeah, it's rare, not unless we work with districts or states to go into what we call our Opportunity 1000, where students can go up to $1,000, where we get that approved. But in our regular program, we haven't had any students get to 600 because our system message to be equitable across the school, so more opportunities are there. So we haven't had any family get more than $600 on our platform, not unless we were pushing towards our Opportunity 1000 program. And I can explain that. There's a big trend in the nation with one of the most innovative schools called Alpha Schools that are working with AI and incentives. And they incentivize their students with $1,000 to learn how to earn, spend, and donate. And that is for elite 1% of schools. I see you shaking your head. You've heard about it. And these are considered the 1%ers in our nation. So it's okay for them to be able to have those opportunity, and we work with states, districts to try to provide the same opportunity for students in Title I schools. But that's only if we get that approved, and that comes with different funding from per pupil to LCAP to state and some of our partners working together for that. But when it comes to what we propose, it's $600 cap. No problem.
Oh, did you see any fall? Have you seen any?
Oh,
fall
yeah,
off?
so yes, great question. So typically when we see fall off, it's typically when it's not being used with fidelity. So a lot of times you'll see that spike, and then it takes 21 days to get that habit to be changed, to look at like, hey, are we using knowledge today? Are we using it for our family engagement? Are we using it in the right protocols? And you start to see a sustainability. And then what we do is we have those community supports and our platform supports to say, hey, we do see a drop off. Here are some interventions within the tool that you can use to try to boost a nudge, a positive message to students and families to be able to re-engage. Great question.
Okay. How do districts usually push this out? I see 1 or 2 extra meetings that we don't have time for.
Yeah. I mean, the reality is, how important is it to you to reduce chronic absenteeism, right? And typically we have a summer institute with the teams that's focused on this initiative, right? To get them to understand how to use the tool, what's the framework, and then be able to embed it into things that they're already doing. This is not teacher-wide. This is mainly for those key stakeholders in the school that is going to lead the work, and in the district who's going to lead the work. And then we have our fall convening, where we bring best practices together on how can we use this and what are other districts doing. And we see Rialto being positioned to be able to lead those discussions with others on how innovative you can do. But there is going to be some time that has to be allocated to do that if the value of changing the infrastructure is a value to Rialto.
Okay. And what's the possibility of doing less than 3 years?
Yeah, we like to say that, the possibilities were flexible, but we're on this journey. It takes time to transform, right? If you do anything for 1 year, you look at it, it's, hey, a lot of different things can happen when you're going through that structure. So we like to say, like, when we work typically with districts, it is 1 to 2 years, definitely 2 to 3 years, to make sure that we have the plans in place to make sure that we can be most effective.
Okay. I think the board's got the info.
All right.
I'm good. I got my vote.
All right.
All right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Where was I? What day was it?
See, comments.
Is it morning or night?
Okay. Public comments not on the agenda. This time, any person wishing to speak on any item not on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
We have 2 today. First one, Celia Sarabia.
Iba a pasar por usted.
¿Perdón?
Que iba a pasar por usted.
No, ya está.
Está bien. Muy bien, gracias. Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good evening, members of the board.
Presidente Mr. Martínez, vicepresidente Mr. Montes,
President Mr. Martinez, Vice President Mr. Montes,
superintendente Dr. Ávila,
Superintendent Dr.
Álvarez.
Álvarez.
La costumbre, disculpen.
Habits, all habits. Sorry about that.
Superintendente Dr. Álvarez,
Superintendent
audiencia.
Dr. Álvarez and audience.
Soy Celia Sarabia y represento Amigos Unidos,
I'm Celia Sarabia and I represent Amigos Unidos,
grupo de apoyo para padres de niños de educación especial.
which is a support group for parents of special education children.
En nombre de nuestro grupo,
On behalf of our group,
quiero felicitar a todos los estudiantes que graduaron el fin de semana.
I wish to
pasado.
congratulate all the students that graduated last week.
Desearles mucho éxito.
I wish them a lot of success.
Ponemos toda nuestra confianza en ustedes, estudiantes,
We put all our trust on you, the students,
porque son los futuros profesionales que nos representarán
because these are the future professionals who will represent us
y harán un mundo mejor para nuestras comunidades.
and will create a better world for our communities.
Recuerden, el estudio es la mejor herencia que podemos recibir.
Remember that an education is the best inheritance we can receive.
Mucho éxito para todos.
Much success for all of them.
A los demás estudiantes decirles que es increíble
And to the rest of the students, to let them know that it is incredible
cómo ha pasado el año escolar.
how this school year has flown by.
Disfruten sus vacaciones,
Enjoy your vacations.
manténganse seguros
Stay safe.
y primero Dios nos veremos el próximo año escolar.
And God willing, we'll see you next school year.
Agradecerle a todos los maestros, administradores, directores,
I also wish to thank all the teachers, the administrators, the principals,
a todos los que trabajan en nuestro distrito,
and everyone who works at our district,
especialmente a nuestra mesa directiva
especially our board
y a nuestro superintendente,
and our
Dr. Álvarez,
superintendent, Dr. Alvarez,
por el excelente trabajo que están haciendo.
for the excellent job that you are all doing.
Trabajando unidos hacemos la diferencia
Working united, we do make a difference,
y logramos la excelencia.
and we achieve excellence.
Tuve la oportunidad de estar en la graduación de la escuela Eisenhower
I had the opportunity of being at Eisenhower for their graduation,
y quiero darle un agradecimiento especial a Miss Crystal Pulido,
and I want to thank especially Mr. Pulido,
Mrs.
Miss Pulido,
la principal de la escuela,
the school's principal,
por todo su apoyo,
for all her support,
por todo su trabajo
for all her work,
y dedicación con todos los estudiantes,
and her dedication to all the students,
especialmente con los estudiantes de educación especial.
especially with special education students.
En mi corazón no cabía tanta emoción de ver la inclusión, dedicación y respeto
In my heart was overjoyed, overfilled to see all that dedication
a los estudiantes con necesidades especiales.
and a special attention to the special education students.
Todas las acomodaciones puso todas las acomodaciones para que ellos participaran
She provided all accommodations so that they could participate
con todos sus compañeros.
with all their schoolmates.
Gracias por respetar los derechos
Thank you for respecting their rights
y no dejarlos atrás.
and not leaving them behind.
Gracias, mesa directiva y superintendente Dr. Álvarez,
Thank you, Board and Superintendent Dr. Alvarez.
nuevamente por el trabajo. Este es el trabajo que ustedes están haciendo.
Once again, this is the work that you are all doing.
Y como dijo una de las estudiantes en su discurso de graduación,
And as one of the students mentioned in her speech at graduation,
sí se puede.
sí se puede.
Gracias por sentirse orgullosos de sus raíces, estudiantes.
Thank you to the students for feeling proud of their roots.
También quiero recordarles que los juegos divergentes de los estudiantes de educación especial
I also want to remind you that the divergent games for special education students
serán el viernes 12.
will happen
de junio.
Friday, June the 12th.
Empiezan a las 8:30 y terminamos a las 12.
They will begin at 8:30, will end at noon.
Será en la escuela preparatoria Carter.
And it would be at Carter High School.
Vengan a apoyar a nuestros estudiantes de educación especial
Come and support our special education students
y a disfrutar de este evento.
and to enjoy this event.
Y a los padres, a todos los padres de nuestra comunidad,
And to all the parents in our community,
los invito para que aprovechemos todas las herramientas y recursos
I invite you all so that we can take advantage of all the resources and the tools
que nuestro distrito
that our
nos
district
ofrece
offers us
para que ayudemos a nuestros hijos
so that
a
we can
tener
help
éxito.
our children be successful.
Tenemos el programa de literatura con
We have
Dr. Gibb, la Academia de Líderes,
literacy program, the Leaders Academy.
tenemos el ILAP, la tutoría,
We have also the tutoring for ELAP,
el programa extendido de oportunidades de aprendizaje
The
con Mr. Pérez,
extended learning opportunities with Mr. Derek,
y ahora nos vinieron a ofrecer el knowledge,
and now they're offering us knowledge,
que suena muy bien.
Sounds
todo
really
lo que
good.
están ofreciendo.
what they're offering.
Tenemos tantos programas de apoyo
And we have so many programs for support
que si los aprovechamos, nuestros hijos tienen el éxito asegurado.
that if we take advantage of these programs and supports, our children practically have their success assured.
Gracias. Tengan buenas noches.
Thank you and have a good night.
Feliz Día de los Padres con anticipación. Dios los bendiga.
And happy Father's Day. God bless you.
Jaylene Paniagua.
Good evening, President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Alvarez, and members of the Rialto Unified School District community. My name is Jaylene Paniagua, Associate Director of Program Excellence with Think Together, proudly supporting the students and families of the Rialto Unified School District. First and foremost, thank you for the opportunity to share a student success story that exemplifies the impact of our partnership and the transformative opportunities available to students through Think Together. Tonight it is my honor to recognize Ciara Saki, an outstanding student at Eisenhower High School and recipient of the 2026 Beyond Think Together Scholarship. For the past 3 years, Ciara has been an active participant in Think Together programs. After moving to the United States from Ghana, her sophomore year of high school, she faced the challenge of adapting to a new culture, a new school environment, and finding confidence in her own voice. Through the support of Think Together staff at Eisenhower High School, Ciara found a welcoming community where she was encouraged to embrace her unique experiences, build self-confidence, and pursue new opportunities. As a participant in Think Together Workforce Readiness and Education Program, or REP, Ciara developed essential career readiness skills, including resume writing, interview preparation, workplace professionalism, and financial literacy. She applied those skills as a student intern at Preston Elementary School, where she supported young students while strengthening her own leadership and communication abilities. The experience and Ciara's The experience and skills Ciara gained through REP helped prepare her for even greater opportunities. This summer, she earned a highly competitive internship with Kaiser Permanente, which is awesome, yes. The skills she learned distinguished herself among more than 800 applicants. In addition, Ciara was selected to receive Think Together's Flight to the Future Award last school year, which provided her with the opportunity to visit New York University in November of 2025. This experience expanded her perspective, inspired her aspirations, and reinforced her commitment to higher education. Today, we proudly celebrate her latest achievement as one of the only 10 students across California selected to receive the Beyond Think Together Scholarship. This prestigious $3,000 scholarship recognizes students who have demonstrated exceptional growth, resilience, leadership, and dedication to their educational journey. Ciara's story is a powerful reminder of what is possible when students are provided with meaningful opportunities, supportive mentors, and programs that help discover their full potential.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for bringing things together. Okay.
That's it for items not on the agenda.
Okay, public comments on agenda items. Any person wishing to speak on any item on the agenda will be granted 3 minutes.
First one, Christina Costa, F2.
Good evening, President, board members, and superintendent and viewing audience. Speaking tonight on behalf of CSEA Chapter 203 to respectfully request that the knowledge agenda item F2 be removed from the agenda and brought back only after a thorough review of its impact on classified employees is held. Our concern is that the duties associated with this item appear to overlap with work currently performed by classified bargaining unit members. And before any action is taken, and it's going to be important to determine whether this proposal would result in the transfer, reassignment, duplication, or elimination of duties that are currently part of the classified employees' positions. Classified employees have dedicated their careers to supporting students, families, and school operations. When new positions, programs, or responsibilities are introduced that may encroach upon existing bargaining unit work, it raises serious concerns regarding the preservation of classified positions and the integrity of the work our members perform every day. The board and everyone else should have a clear understanding of what duties are currently being performed by our members and what duties would be performed under this program, and whether there are any duplication or displacement of bargaining unit work. Those questions deserve answers before action is taken. CSEA is not opposed to innovation or improving services for students. However, we are opposed to the decisions being made without first evaluating the impact on the classified employees who currently perform this type of work. It is important to understand that this can affect job security, future staffing levels, and the overall value of the positions itself. For those reasons, we respectfully request that this item be pulled from tonight's agenda and that the district meet with CSEA to review the potential impact on classified bargaining unit work before bringing this item back for board consideration. We believe this is the prudent and responsible course of action that, one, demonstrates for respect for both the collective bargaining process and the employees who serve this district every day. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Dr. Alvarez?
I have two more, but Mr. Brinker, do you want to wait for public hearing or no? Yes, please. And Mrs. Haig, wait for public hearing or now? Okay. Elizabeth Haig, on item.
You guys don't want to wait through another presentation?
Item D7.
I love the yellow.
Sunshiny.
I know, I figured.
It's specific to the open a public hearing on the Sunshining for Rialto Educational Association.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, cabinet, educators, and community members. My name is Elizabeth Haig, and I serve as the negotiations chair for the Rialto Education Association. I'm here this evening with members of REA as we present our 2026-27 initial proposal and begin the sunshine process for the next round of negotiations. This year, we're pleased to have the opportunity to open the full contract. We've selected articles that will benefit from clarification, need updates to reflect current practices, or require improvements to better support our shared mission to support our students. Our goal throughout the process is strengthening both the clarity and content of our collective bargaining agreement, as a clear and effective contract benefits employees, administrators, and ultimately the students that we serve. Among the topics that we look forward to discussing this year are improvements to campus safety, increased clarity regarding special education, and the potential of new contract language to address the evolving needs of our schools and workforce. We look forward to working collaboratively with the district to reach agreements that support our educators and continue moving our USD forward. As always, improving working conditions for our educators improves learning conditions for our students. Thank you.
I like the idea, but I still like red better. It's my favorite color. What can I say?
I like the yellow.
Okay. Dr. Alvarez, any others?
No others for public comments.
Okay. And we move forward to C3, comments from association executive board members, Rialto Education Association. Welcome back.
I like the yellow.
Good evening, Board President Martinez, board members, superintendent, and community. As we come to the close of another school year, I want to begin with gratitude. Gratitude for the educators, counselors, nurses, classified staff, specialists, substitutes, support professionals, and administrators who carried this year across the finish line. The end of the school year always brings a certain kind of exhaustion, but it also brings a deep sense of accomplishment. Classrooms were packed up, graduations and promotions were celebrated, students crossed thresholds that they will remember for the rest of their lives. And now, even as one school year ends, another kind of work has already begun. Summer school is underway. Staff are once again showing up for students who need extra support, extra time, and extra care. That work matters. It's quieter than the first day of school and less ceremonial than graduation, but for many students, it's every bit as important. Summer is also a time for rest, reflection, and renewal. Our members need that, and they've earned it. But educators also know that summer is never just a pause. It's also a bridge. It's when we reflect on what worked, what did not, and what our students will need when they return. So tonight I want to offer a simple hope that as we look ahead to the 26-27 school year, we do so with a renewed commitment to partnership. Our schools are strongest when the people closest to the students are respected, listened to, and included. The union is not an obstacle to progress. We are the people that are doing the work. We are the people who see the needs of students every day. We're the people who want the district to succeed because our success is measured in the lives and futures of the children that we teach. We look forward to summer. We look forward to planning, and we look forward to working with this board and this district in a spirit of honesty, respect, and shared responsibility. So those are my prepared remarks, and I want to add something else. I did not come here tonight to speak on this, but after hearing my colleague, the president of CSEA, speak on the item that she spoke on the knowledge item, I would like to also say that I think that that's an item that would be better off if we held off. And I'll frame it like this. I had a conversation this morning with the superintendent. We meet once a month, and I've shared with him that in the past, we've often felt excluded from important decisions. And so here's a decision to spend $1 million over 3 years, and tonight's the first time I'm hearing about it, and it will have impact. And so I would like for us to be involved before the decision gets made, to have some real input, and I don't feel like we've had that opportunity. And so I also look at the spending of $1 million, and if you were to approve that tonight, to me, I'd be thinking to myself, well, what else could $1 million have been spent for? You know, we came to this board last year when we reduced the reading specialists, and we were able to you guys were able to work with us, and we were able to reinstate 10 of them. Well, $1 million, that's another 3 for 3 years. You know, and so I look at things like this, and I'm always asking, what's the trade-off? And I'm not saying that this is a bad program. I'm really not. I haven't had time to evaluate it. I heard what you heard tonight. But I would like you to take a little more time before you make that decision and include us in that process a little bit more before that kind of decision gets made. Thank you very much.
Okay, and California School Employees Association. And by the way, I heard you the first time, and it's already been,
All right.
I'm going to pull it, simple as that.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. I'm back again. Christina Costa, good evening, President, board members, superintendent, district staff, and everybody watching. On behalf of CSEA and the classified professionals we represent, I would like to take a moment to recognize that we have reached the end of another school year, as everyone knows, and recognize what it took to get here. As we close out this year, I want to thank our classified employees for their dedication, professionalism, and commitment to our students, families, and schools. Every day, classified play a critical role in ensuring our district operates smoothly. Their contributions often happen behind the scenes, but are very essential to students' success. This time of year is always a reminder of how much has been accomplished throughout the year. Our employees have adapted to challenges, supported one another, and continue to provide excellent service despite increasing demands. They have shown resilience, patience, and a genuine commitment to making a difference in the lives of our students. As summer approaches, many people think schools simply close their doors. However, we know that for many classified employees, the work continues. Summer school programs, maintenance projects, technology upgrades, campus improvements, training opportunities, and preparations for the upcoming year keep many of our members busy throughout the summer months. Their efforts ensure that when students and staff return in the fall, our schools are ready to provide safe and welcoming learning environments. For employees who do have the opportunity to take some well-deserved time off, I encourage them to rest, recharge, and spend quality time with their families and loved ones. The work they do throughout this year is very demanding, and they have certainly earned the chance to enjoy their summer season. I would also like to thank the Board of Education and District Administration for the collaborative work that has taken place this year. We may not have always agreed on every issue, and we share a common goal: providing the best possible education experience for students and creating a workplace where employees are valued and respected. The partnership we build through communication and mutual respect help move our district forward. As we look ahead, we are optimistic about the opportunities the new school year will bring. A new school year always comes with fresh ideas, renewed energy, and new possibilities for growth. CSEA remains committed to working collaboratively with the district to support students, advocate for employees, and contribute to the continued success of our schools. To our graduating students, congratulations on reaching this important milestone. We wish you success in your future endeavors and hope you carry with you the lessons and experiences gained in your time within our district. To all district employees, thank you for everything you have done this year. Your dedication does not go unnoticed, and your work has made a positive impact on countless students and families. As we head into summer, I wish everyone a safe, healthy, and enjoyable break. May you find time to relax, reflect on the accomplishments of the past year, and return refreshed and ready for another great school year. Thank you and enjoy your summer. We look forward to seeing everyone in the fall. Have a wonderful evening and happy Father's Day if I don't see you all before then.
Thank you. Okay, Teamsters Local 986. I know why the Teamsters are so effective if they strike, because they're all rested up. Okay, Communication Workers of America, CWA. Okay, Rialto School Managers Association, RSMA. Okay, comments from the superintendent.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. Just a few. First of all, I do want to congratulate our Teacher of the Year that went to the county, Silk Jones, as she has being recommended by the county to go to the state. So we want to congratulate her. I think there'll be a recognition in September, Dr. Gibbs, at the county, but we look forward to her competing for State Teacher of the Year with that recommendation. So she has been notified. We went to her classroom and informed her, I think a few weeks back. So kudos to her and congratulations. Very busy the last few weeks with a lot of events. I had the opportunity to go to the Kiwanis Student of the Year scholarships and see so many of our students receive scholarships for the Kiwanis organization. So I appreciate that. Attended the Dia de los Muertos parent recognition. They do some amazing work there, the parents. The things they put together, the calaveras and everything, it's just amazing, so much talent. So it was just great seeing there, talking to them, and hearing from them, what inspires them to put them together. And some of them doing it for the first time. It's just amazing. So thank you for that opportunity. The last this week, 2 weeks, a lot of promotion ceremonies, starting with kindergarten. I've attended 5th grade, middle schools, all of them. It's great to see the parents there. A lot of traffic, a lot of sun during these events, but it is always great to see parents so happy as their kids move on to the next chapter of their lives in education, from simple kindergarten promotion to 5th grade, going to middle school, and then middle school to high school, and then to finish it off this past Sunday with the big bang graduation ceremonies, as you see some pictures behind us. It was a great event. It is an all-day event, but I'm honored and I feel privileged to be here with the Rialto Unified School District and speak to each class parents and thank them for entrusting the education of their children to the district and all of its staff, teachers, administrators, everyone who works closely with them. Once again, it is an honor, and thank you, parents, once again, for entrusting your children in us and in their education. Just want to wish everyone enjoy their summer. Hopefully, I know it may feel short after it gets closer to the day of coming back, but I do make sure I want to wish you a happy summer and relax as much as you can. I do want to give a shout out to everybody who played a role in preparing for these promotions and graduation ceremony. I think sometimes we forget how much work goes into it and how much time and effort. And so I just want to thank everybody who played a role, whether it be at the elementary side, at Carter High School for the middle school promotions, and even at Toyota Arena, where we have so many families. There's so much work that goes into preparation. So just thank you to everyone involved in the process. And then just in closing, our next board meeting will be after Father's Day, to just happy Father's Day to everyone, all the fathers out there in the district, everyone listening on the board, in the audience here, everyone, just happy Father's Day, and happy Father's Day to my dad. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Well-
Go for
Go
it.
ahead. Okay, yes, go ahead,
I'll go
Dr.
back to
Dr.
sleep.
Lewis. Well, I want to speak on fear. Fear mobilizes people. Fear Fear make you think that, make you stay stuck. It make you stay stuck in a place. It make you paralyzed. You know, when I look at this LCAP and I look at where our numbers are, when I look at our motivation of moving and doing something new and innovative, and then job. A lot of people have fear of AI. A lot of people have fear of saying someone's going to take my job when it's not, when someone's going to make something more creative. How many times kids will get a certificate, perfect attendance, perfect attendance, perfect attendance, but you're not reaching the ones who never attend or chronic absentee. But when you can re-engage a family saying, you know, you're coming back to school and now you can get a canes, or now you can engage that. Fear makes someone saying, you know, times have changed and we need to embrace things. In the hospital, fear, I don't want to get a CAT scan. I want to do things the old way. And the old way is not the old way anymore. The technology have changed and we have opportunity. When I look at how people have really progressed, I look at the progression because we learned how to read and we learned how to write and we learned how to understand and we learned how to use tablets and we learned phonics. That was progression. And every generation there's a change and there's a fear. And whether we come across whatever we choose, I went into the math training and learning how to, you know, change the language and sitting there and processing. So, you know, to hold on and to say you're, you know, going to take away jobs when if the school district declined, we're in Denver, declining school district, everybody lose their jobs because the student achievement gap is real. And if we're not a district that's going to achieve, we're not going to survive. You know, and so when we're looking at things to be able to close this achievement gaps, people are not playing. They are serious about closing achievement, and we have to look at ways. For one, students have to be here for us to teach and to learn and to bring innovation. So whether we wait and delay and process, I'm all for it to have a clear understanding. But the days are just giving certificate for the ones who are there, and we're not trying to reach out to the ones who are not. We have to look at innovative approach. And I was raised near an orphanage where the kids did not have parents. And who's reaching out to those students? They created their own family system. I was raised by where foster care, it was an orphanage. And all the students in the orphanage was in special ed. So your varsity team was the same Special Olympics. Because when we took the test, we ate out of Jell-O bowls and whatever, stuff like that. So we didn't know cup and saucer and tin and things like that. So you scored low. So you were the same team. And then they outlaw African-American students to be there. So, you know, someone saw that was a difference and changed that. And so you have to say the system bias and fear is interdisciplinary. And so we have to look for things to change on all different levels. I'm not afraid. Our standards should be high, our innovation high. But you know what? During this process of these graduation and promotion, I was so proud of our district. I saw the work the teachers, the staff, when we were in all the arenas, even the employees of the arenas were so proud of our students. They gave the extra, the elevator operator, the staff there, they were just congratulating. You know, I saw when we were at Carter High School, I saw the counselors, the teachers, I saw the special students, I saw the group homes, I saw, you know, Dr. Bercier and his team and all the team working together. I saw the love that this district put into their staff. my neighbors who are teachers and administrators, I see them, the stories. I know what we put into this district, and I know each and every person want every employee to work. It is never our intention to eliminate any position. And that's why we work so hard to be across the board of looking at ways for our student achievement, for our numbers to be competitive. First, the student first, but we know that these pension jobs and these good disabilities and these, working it out for 14 weeks, however, the pregnancy leave and having long-term subs to stay because you can't replace that while they're on leave. We're working together to keep these benefit jobs for everyone across the board, for everyone. But we know it's going to be tied to student achievements. And we know the students have to be present to achieve. And that's a given. And we know that it takes all of us working together. So, we solicit for everyone to bring into the table. But we know the generation of our parents and our students and the one who do not have parents. And we know the group homes, the staff leave when they're at school. This parent engagement, all that's great. But the ones who don't, the ones who have staff, and we know so many people step in the gap. So we're going to have a variety of programs, a mixed bag of programs. But attendance is critical, and the money that you make back on attendance, but most importantly, having the kid learn because they're present, because they get the knowledge that our teachers pour in, and the attendance clerk getting there to just monitoring that and the PBS. Every person works together, and I'm so proud of what I've seen. But we have to be open to what the new future has. And we have to be open to it. I appreciate so much my partner over here in technology that's always been pushing technology and innovation, and we have to step in because accountability, whether they're doing it for a backwards reason or, frontier, they're looking at the state of California, because we're not Washington's best friend, and any reason that they can do, and they're using education and they're using healthcare. We're not the only discipline that they're using, and they're sticking it to us. And so let's not give them a reason. So bring in some ideas, but running off certificates and, the money we spend on in-and-out parties and pizza parties. When I look at the warrants of all these school celebrations for attendance, that sucker adds up too. It's not free. This, the ice cream party, this party, that. I mean, we're spending money for all these education that we give for these attendants, but there's the ones who are attending. There's not the ones who are chronic absentees that's losing their education. So let's think about all this that we do. That figures adds up, and it's a lot, because I sort of look at that. And those are not the ones that are losing education. Those are the ones that are getting scores. But we're looking at how many points that we've been behind the standards, that we're not hitting the green. So let's just give us something to think. Today is my husband's birthday. It's actually today. Happy Father's Day. Happy birthday. And to all the men, and I just want to give a shout out to all the male teachers, male staff. You do triple duty. To be a male on a school campus is you are a father figure to everyone who needs that father presence. And I'm one of 6. My father lived in Chicago and taught for 30 years, moved us to Alabama so we can be in a safe surrounding. So I'm like without a father, because he taught 30 years. But he was the father figure. Got sort of jealous. So when you're a male father, your own kids are jealous because you're the father figure to so many. And you do triple, your father and security, right? So shout out to all the male role models, no matter teacher, staff, security, because the kids and look up to you. You are the man, and I appreciate the roles that you play on the school district campus. I appreciate you and thank you for your presence. Representation matter, and we see you.
Board Member Dominguez.
Thank you so much, President Martinez. Well, hello, Rialto. Oh, hold on, I got the wrong one. Good evening, Rialto. We have ended the school year, and this has been a very special one for me. As my oldest, my Logan, my baby, my Logan Bobogan, as I call him, has promoted to middle school. So yes, I am officially a middle school parent. This was truly one of my most cherished school years, as I feel like I don't know what I'm doing as a parent. And I know kids do not come with a how-to guide, and I appreciate every single teacher that has guided me, especially at JHU, for the administrator, our counselor that have told me that he's in good hands. So thank you to our JHU staff who has calmed the nerves of a nervous mother. Because remember, I'm a parent first. Graduations. This graduation, actually every graduation, feels like it was my first one I ever attended. A fresh and exciting. To be able to witness this remarkable and diligent efforts of our educators, families, and most significantly, our exceptional scholars. As a member of the Rialto Unified School District Board, my constant efforts have been to ensure that every decision aligns with the best interests of our scholars. As a mother of 3 young boys, I am constantly thinking of our future. With these unpredictable times that we are in, it is best to be cautious than not. Longevity is what we need, not short-term solutions. I am proud that our staff gives it all on the daily. Classified and certificated staff. We have the best warehouse staff. They are always there and ready to go. They are setting up our graduations, promotions, our outside events, our UCLA events, our USC events. There is no event that they are not at. So I just want to thank them and tell them, Diane shaking her head like, yes, those are my guys. Those are my guys. Yes, they're amazing. They do on our own. There's nothing that they can't do. So thank you guys for everything that you do for our district and keep our district running. And you guys do it with a smile. And happy Father's Day to all the fathers and male figures. And to the single mothers who play double duty. It's not easy, but some moms do play that double role. So thank you. And have a great summer. Enjoy it, because next year it's going to be a great year. So let's go, Rialto. Have a good night.
Okay, Clerk Williams.
Hey, so I congratulate all our graduates and those who promoted, including my kinder baby. Thank you, everyone who made those ceremonies possible. You did a really nice job. Down to, I know Dr. Alvarez mentioned the traffic, but I thought the traffic flowed pretty good. As summer begins, let's reflect as parents, students, and community staff on what we want next year to be. Every student's achievement, big or small, inspires someone. Remember, we can be someone's hero without even knowing it. Small steps toward growth matter. I remember someone telling me years later that they decided to go to college because they attended my college graduation. So you just don't even realize sometimes the things that you're just doing because you think you need to do it, and people are watching you. They were watching, siblings were watching our 5th graders and our 8th graders and our adult school graduates young and adults, you guys are being watched by someone, and you may be someone's hero, so keep striving to be the best version of yourself. I also want to shout out the Family and Community Engagement Team in Valley College, because I heard last week a lot of our parents signed up to restart their education. And we're proud of our families that have been inspired to reach their full potential, and that our district could encourage them and be a part of that. Even in summer, learning happens everywhere, whether your students are enrolled in a summer program, and we have some really awesome ones, be it enrichment, Emoja, DLI, or the academic path, or another path, or Think Together path, or just spending time with family and getting some much needed R&R. I hope you enjoy it and that it's meaningful. Let's make every moment a learning opportunity. Even cooking, taking walks, and doing laundry at home is a chance to learn, talk, measure, observe, count, sort, make it fun. I'm reminded of lessons that I learned from our USC Family Literacy and our UCLA Family Math program, that literacy and math are everywhere. And let's be intentional about keeping curiosity alive. By the way, great job on the UCLA Family Math celebration. It truly was a beautiful occasion. As we close out the current school year and plan for the next, I'm proud to say that in this new season, we aren't about business as usual. We are seeking growth, and the more we work together, the further we shall go. Thank you. And hold on, I have more. Happy Father's Day, and happy birthday to all of us June babies, including Dr. Alvarez and Martha. May this year be our best year yet. Everybody's best year yet.
Okay, Vice President Montes.
Thank you, Board President, Mr. Martinez. First and foremost, I just want to thank our teachers and our classified who are here today. We appreciate you sharing your input and your comments, and I hope that moving forward we can work together as best as possible to really make those good decisions and those tough decisions for the better of our district. I want to just say a few words as we close out another remarkable school year. I want to take this time to share some well-deserved gratitude and congratulations. First, to our incredible staff, our teachers, administrators, and support teams. Thank you. Your tireless work and dedication to our students are the backbone of this district, and we couldn't do it without you. To our new superintendent, thank you for the 7 months that you've been with us. You've been a breath of fresh air, truly. I also want to recognize our wonderful parents and families. Thank you for your partnership, your patience, and with trusting us with your child's education. Parents are vital partners, are our vital partners in education. To our my fellow board members, thank you for your leadership, your collaboration. It is an honor to serve alongside you guys. And let's continue to work together for the success of our schools. Finally, to our students, to our the eighth graders who promoted from middle school to high school, including my son Quetzal from Frisbee Middle School. Congratulations to all of you guys. You guys are ready now for the next big step. And to our graduating class of 2026, you guys made it. Your resilience and passion have brought you to this milestone, and we truly are proud of all of you. I want to thank everyone. Have a safe and wonderful summer. Happy Father's Day, Feliz Dia de los Padres. And happy birthday to Dr. Alvarez, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Esteban, to everybody, to
My husband's birthday.
to Mr. Miguel's husband, Everyone who had a birthday,
I mean, just join the bandwagon.
everyone who had a birthday recently or this month, happy birthday to all of you. And again, thank you. And, I don't want to keep going because I know we've already taken a lot of time. Thank you.
Well, I know I say this way too much that I don't have much in it, then I expound. But truly, trying to cut time, ditto. Happy birthday to Martha, Dr. Alvarez,
Is your
Miss
birthday
Williams.
too, Martha?
Yes.
Yay!
She doesn't want anybody to know.
Well, too late for that. I
So
spilled the
don't
beans.
tell anybody, okay?
I spilled the beans.
Okay. On my mind, two things, really. You've known me for 18 years, and things have not changed. Students, staff, and community, in that order. I look at the graduation, and that is the highlight of the year.
It is.
If you have not attended the Rialto graduation, find someone who's graduating next year. Jump on. Come on out. There was controversy, and from time to time, when the budgets get tight, we talk about pulling that away. But until it costs way more than doing it at sites, I'm sold on doing it at the arena. It's, to me, it's like, okay, rewards mom, dad, grandpa, the family, the taxpayers. It rewards the students. I mean, anything from that, unless it's above that level, you know, it's like, now you should have seen my high school graduation. I'm going, okay. Memories. That is the whipped cream on top of their graduation, because it really is an experience. For me and for most board members and a lot of the staff that attended to help, it's like they look forward to it as much, probably more than the kids. This is my, no, not, we didn't start right away, so up to 18th, 17 for sure, that we've been at the arena, and they're gonna drag me kicking and screaming to if it ever has to change, because our students deserve that kind of kudos. And who taught the students but the teachers, the moms and the dads. And I cannot forget CSEA, the ones who pick them up in the morning, who probably greet them, whether it's the office or whether it's the custodian. Could be a groundsman. But chances are they see a classified person before they see a teacher. Teachers are already busy in their classroom. They're getting their day ready. And the classifieds are out getting the site ready, getting the... I'm getting signals here. Oh, okay. Back into the microphone. That's what it says. Okay. No, I paid my bill. Okay. Anyway, that's about it. If you have a chance, look at these pictures. They are incredible. And I will say it on the air. We have a communication department of 4. Graduation was Sunday. And look at this. And our printing, our litho, whatever we call it nowadays, is amazing we probably printed this in-house. And boy, everyone but that old man up there looks great. All right,
And they did it in
by the
high
way,
heels.
happy Father's Day to all the men in the room, all the men at home. And what's wrong with this picture? It's your day. They're going to treat you. Here, honey, go barbecue. All right. It goes everywhere. Let's move on here. Okay. Open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Motion and second, please.
Second.
Okay, vote by board members to open the public hearing.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, time is 9:46. D 1.1, 2026-27 Local Control and Accountability Plan. Education Code, EC Section 52062, Bravo 1, requires that a governing board of a school district shall hold at least one public hearing to solicit the recommendations and comments of members of the public regarding the specific actions and expenditures proposed to be included in the local control and accountability plan. Excuse me. Our annual update to the local control and accountability. The agenda for the public hearing shall be posted at least 72 hours before the public hearing and shall include the location where the local control and LCAP, or annual update to the local control and accountability plan will be available to public inspection. That was posted probably Friday, normally. Okay, do we have any speakers who wish to address the LCAP? Board, do you have anything to say?
I just want to add, I forgot to mention it earlier, according to the LCAP requirements or the LCFF, we're required to have input on the LCAP by parents, students, staff members, but also by community members, other stakeholders, and tribal communities. And we want to make sure we reach out to anybody who hasn't had a chance to give any input on the LCAP moving forward.
You know, sometimes parents say, well, I have no way of giving input. So maybe we need to spell out what these meetings are about. LCAP doesn't mean much to the public, so, you know, yeah, live and learn, right? We'll improve every year, every time. Okay, without comments, close public hearing. Motion and second. They want to get home. Okay, ayes? Aye.
Aye.
No nays? All right. Time, 9:49. D3, open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Motion and second, please.
Second.
Thank you. And this is, let's see, fiscal year 2026-27 proposed budget. Ed Code, Education Code, Section 52062, Bravo 2, requires that the public meeting at which a school district governing board adopts a local control and accountability plan, LCAP, and adopts a budget must be held after, but not on the same day as a public meeting at which the governing board holds a required public hearing on the LCAP and proposed budget. So ours is scheduled, I know it was said today, but I didn't catch it. Next meeting?
Yes.
Next board meeting, okay. And do we have any comments?
We have a public comment, sir.
Okay,
Our
please.
president. Tobin Brinker.
Can you hand me these to each board?
Thank you, Mr. Flood.
Thank you. Thank you, making it large enough for me to read.
Tonight, as you consider the district's budget for the 2026-27 school year, I'm asking this board to do two things. First, treat the educators in this district and the union that represents them with respect as a valued partner. Second, I'm asking that you look critically at the budget documents that are being placed before you, because this is not just about numbers on a page. It's about trust, it's about priorities, and it's about whether the financial story that's being told to this board matches the financial reality of the school district. Every year when the staff presents a new budget, the board is also given an early look at that year that just ended. It's unofficial, unaudited actuals. And every year, that early picture makes the district look worse off than it actually turns out to be. And that matters. Last June, you were told that the district had a $3 million deficit in June. 3 months later, when you got the revised unaudited actuals, it was a $3 million surplus. But because there was an additional $14 million that was suddenly transferred out in that September document, the true difference between June and September was actually closer to $20 million. That's not a rounding error, that's a pattern. In fact, over the last 6 years, the expenditures in June's unaudited report have been overstated by more than $15 million per year on average. And for 11 years in a row, this district has approved budgets that predicted deficits only to end the year with surpluses. Year after year, the sky is predicted to fall. Year after year, it does not. Meanwhile, the reserves continue to grow. In 2014-2015, the district had a reserve of $35 million, 14.3% of the budget. This year, in 2024-25, the last one we have the audited actuals for, you had $223 million in reserve, or a 43% reserve. That raises the obvious question. How can a district repeatedly claim financial distress while its reserves grow from $35 million to $223
Excuse me a
million?
second. Was
That
that
is
set
why-
at 5 minutes? Okay, you've got one more minute.
That is why the trust has been damaged, and this undermines our ability to bargain in good faith. When workers are told there is no money, but the financial records show otherwise, when budgets predict deficits but actuals show otherwise, when reserves grow year after year while the staff are asked to accept less, it becomes impossible to view the process as transparent or honest. So tonight I'm asking this board not simply to approve a budget, but I'm asking you to interrogate it. Ask why the projections are so consistently pessimistic. Ask why assigned reserves never seem to be spent down. Ask why early estimates are so far off from the actual numbers that are going to be released just a few months later. Ask whether the budget reflects the district's real financial condition or whether it reflects a strategy that's meant to manage expectations and suppress demands. The union is ready to be a partner, but partnership requires honesty, it requires respect, and it requires that people who educate our students not be treated as a cost of the problem that's to be managed, but as a foundation of this district's success. A budget is a moral document. It tells the public what we value, and tonight the board has a responsibility to make sure the document tells the truth. Thank you.
Okay, any others, Dr. Alvarez? All right. Okay. We have no other speakers, and the board has nothing. So motion and second to close.
So move. Second.
Thank you. And ayes, please.
Aye.
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 Thank you. And the time is 9:54. Okay, D5, open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Motion and second, please.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Ayes?
Aye.
Aye. 9:54 is the time. D5-1, form for public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreement, AB 1200, Communication Workers of America. Pursuant to the requirements of government code and board policy, the attached form for public disclosure of the proposed collective bargaining agreement, AB 1200, statutes of 1991, Chapter 1213, as revised by AB 2756, statutes of 2004, and Chapter 25, Government Code 3547.5, between the Communication Workers of America, CWA, and the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education is hereby posted in compliance with the legislative requirements of public notice. Okay, do we have any speakers, Dr. Alvarez? Okay, board, any comments? Okay, motion and second to close public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Ayes?
Aye.
Aye, 9:55. Okay, oh my goodness. D7, open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Motion and second, please.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And this is Rialto Education Association proposal. Ayes, please.
Aye.
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 Thank you. And time is 9:56. And Rialto Education Association 2026-2027 proposal. Pursuant to the requirements of governmental code and board policy, the initial 2026-27 contract proposal submitted by the Rialto Education Association for an agreement between the Rialto Education, REA, and the Rialto Unified School District Board of Education is hereby posted in compliance with the legislative requirements for public notice. Do we have any speakers? Dr.
They
Alvarez?
spoke earlier, sir.
Okay. Okay, motion and second to close public hearing?
So move.
Second.
Thank you. The ayes?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and the time is 9:57. D9, open public hearing. Any person wishing to speak on the item on the public hearing agenda will be granted 3 minutes. Motion and second, please.
So move.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Yes, I said
I'm
second.
sorry, I missed it. Okay, ayes? Aye.
Aye.
And the time is 9:57. D91, form for public disclosure of proposed collective bargaining agreement, AB 1200, unrepresented employees, management, supervisory, confidential. Pursuant to the requirements of government code and board policy, the attached form for public disclosure of proposed salary increase, AB 1200, statutes of 1991, Chapter 1213, as revised by AB 2756, statutes of 2004, Chapter 25, Government Code 3547.5, between the RUSD, Board of Education, and the unrepresented employees, management, supervisory, confidential, is hereby posted in compliance with legislative requirements for public notice. Questions, comments? Do we have anyone to speak? Okay. Motion and second to close.
moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote aye.
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 Okay, 9:58. For the public or anyone wishing information, that being posted will answer every question you ever wondered in the dark of night. It highlights everything, the true costs, and it'll be interesting it is interesting reading, at least for this guy who loves budgets. It's probably boring reading for most folks. Hold on.
Time to get up. Time to wake up.
Yeah,
You guys both need to change your alarms.
yeah.
It's my time to get up to go to
Yeah,
work.
we're late. The family's not getting home again tonight by 10. Okay, we move to consent calendar items. All items on the consent calendar will be acted upon in one motion unless pulled by Board of Education members or the superintendent for individual action. Do we have any, motion and second, please?
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Do we have any pulls?
I already asked my questions.
Okay. Do we have any other questions, comments? All right. Okay, vote by Dr. Lewis.
Aye.
Ms. Dominguez.
Aye.
Clerk Williams.
Aye.
Vice President Montez.
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, then we move to F, discussion action items. Approve an agreement with high expectations. Motion and second, please.
So move.
Second.
Thank you. Develop and implement a comprehensive family engagement curriculum and training model for staff and families delivered through strategic planning, parent university modules, and professional learning sessions at district sites. effective May 21, 2026 through June 30th, 2027, at a cost not to exceed $68,350 and to be paid from the general fund, Community Schools Planning Grant, and Community Engagement Initiative and other FACE grants. Questions or comments? Hearing none, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Dominguez?
Aye.
Clerk Williams?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, F2, there was a request by CSEA and REA to pull this, so I am requesting it to be pulled. The board does have other questions. How many years? Do we have anybody we can call local regarding finding out how this has worked in their district? We do need to do something about ADA. Not sure this is it yet.
I agree with you that.
Point of order.
Please.
If the recommendation is to, if the motion is to pull the item, we should avoid discussion at this time.
All right, not discussion. Motion and a second, and doesn't come into play. So the next is stipulated expulsions. Motion and a second, please.
We need to do this.
A
We
vote
need
on
to
the
do
poll.
vote for the poll.
Okay, we can vote the poll, that's fine. Motion and a second to pull.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Thank you. Okay, approve a 3-year agreement with Knowledge to develop a comprehensive attendance to achievement framework effective July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2029 at a total cost not to exceed $1,085. Year 1, $295,000. Year 2, $395,000. And year 3, $395,000. And to be paid from the general fund. Another question, can we do 1 or 2 years? Or can we pay from ELOP funds?
And then just to make sure,
Well-
if staff can get some of those questions to us, so that we can consider bringing the item back at the next meeting or.
Yes, absolutely.
Did ELOP request? Did ELOP request for this item?
No.
Are we discussing or?
I noticed ELOP was mentioned, so ELOP might be able to pay for some of it if we use it. So that's why I'm asking.
You're just giving the questions that you would want to come,
Yeah,
want
and
them to
if the
come
board
back
has
if
any
the
other
item is
questions that
pulled.
we would like to
Yeah,
have
we're gonna
answered, please
pull
do.
it.
Okay. We are voting to have it pulled.
So are there
Roll
some
call.
Agenda?
Pardon?
You said you're having a poll, and those are the questions
The-
to be the board update and the item will come back for the next agenda? That's what you're.
I have not asked about the next agenda, just asked questions. Once we have an answer, then we can schedule it for the next
Oh,
agenda.
okay.
But I do agree with Mr. Martinez, what he says, that we do need to do something about ADA, but I don't think that this is it.
Are there questions? And I'm sorry for,
Yes, my caffeine.
just wanted to, I know, just was, because since they're here, it's like, there may be some additional questions that
No,
we,
I asked all the questions I needed to ask.
Yeah.
I mean, and that was before, you know,
Well, if
the
the board
unions
has
came up
any
to
other
speak.
questions, just forward it to Martha, and she'll forward it to Dr. Alvarez, and he'll forward it to the person that's asking
One of the
to ask.
One of the
Well, I think-
things that board president mentioned was he recommended to pull the item to allow the unions to have some input.
Yes.
One of the
Please check with our associations.
Just to make sure we're not in violation of any contractual
Correct.
agreements, and then also to have an opportunity to get some other feedback on
Yeah.
some other concerns or questions.
I'm not aware that any.
So
any
point of
employee-
order, when you vote to pull, I mean, when you put it on the table to pull, we still get to discuss, right? We can still discuss and then decide whether or not we want to vote
Or we
to
can
pull it
pull
or
it and
not.
just send them in
Correct.
either way.
I don't think that's correct.
Oh, I have some additional questions.
Not
Yeah, I
the
have some
first
additional
time
questions
I've been-
as part of this discussion.
Okay, we're not asking them of the people, we're giving them to staff to find out for us. So if you have others, just write them down.
But that's part of the discussion, whether or not I want to vote to pull it or not pull it.
Okay.
I'd like to ask staff questions before we pull it, before we vote on pulling it or not, right? Because the motion on the table is to pull it.
That's correct.
And then
We vote on that first.
and we would have a discussion on whether or not to pull it, right?
We are ready to vote to pull it. That's a motion on the table.
But for any motion we discuss, right?
You're absolutely correct, Board Clerk.
For pulling it,
Ms. Williams, I just think my recommendation would be if we're not gonna vote on it tonight, that we don't delve too much into the discussion because we still need more information. We still need more information and input in regards to the item. And it'd be better to have a discussion, bring the agenda item back and have a discussion then.
Not only that, respecting the wishes of both of our associations to respect
Our
them.
unions.
That's why I'm pulling it.
Okay, there's some things that I think we could ask now. And if you don't have the answer, then we know that it needs to come back, right?
Is it something you can write and get the same answer?
I mean, everything's a matter of being able to write and get the answer, but if there are some things that we can get now,
Reason I'm asking that, staff is waiting to go home.
Yes.
That's the bottom line.
We're trying to be considerate of staff too, because they have families to get to.
Well, we're already here, so I think we should probably.
All
just
right,
go
I
ahead and
will
state it.
respect you, but
Thank
please be
you.
considerate of staff.
so I wanted to know, and you may have to come back and give these answers, but is this something that could be done out of ELOP or community funding?
Board President, right, it cannot be used, well, ELOP fund cannot be used because it has nothing to do with ELOP program. If we wanted to use this program for incentives for the ELOP program, then we could do that, but we can not use ELOP funds to use it as an intended incentive for the day-to-day coming to school.
And what about the community schools funding?
I'd refer to Mr. Romo on that one.
I think that would be a question that we would have to send into the compliance unit to ask. The community schools application was very specific, and so we outlined how the funds were going to be used. So
Okay.
that's definitely something that we can seek the answer for, and then get the answer to Dr. Alvarez.
But when you looked in the LCAP, there's quite a bit of funding for chronic absentee. So there is a big line item for
That's a
that.
different discussion, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. So, I mean, the way it was going is you're trying to look at what these line items is. And so that's what was the premise of chronic absentee and attendance.
It doesn't.
So I was just answering, if you're
I'm
looking
not
at full
familiar
grant.
at saying anything
Yeah.
about community schools, at least in
Yeah,
the
so
short
we sort of
narrative.
Went through another pathway. So if you're going to pull for this questions for the superintendent.
We've violated already.
Yeah,
So-
that's what I was just saying.
Um,
Just since it's out in the community, on air.
Because
where
we have a motion on the table, that is supposed to be, take precedence.
Right.
Well, to discuss still though, right? Discuss.
When we come to vote for it, yes. That's why I asked if you had questions, please put it in writing to staff.
Right, if we voted to.
Tonight,
If
you
we
could
voted
ask
to
all
pull
the
it.
questions you want.
Okay, so I did have two other questions. What kind of conflict, I didn't understand what kind of conflicts with this cause with our classified staff. Do we know that offhand, like what kind of work we already provide in this area?
I'm not aware of any, but I think that would come from the conversations with each union of what exactly they feel may be doing the work they already do.
Exactly.
And within the different job
They own their
classifications.
work. A union does own their work, so if they're doing anything, they'd probably still be the ones making the same calls to the same kids' homes, but funded differently through this. But anyway, I would like to,
Is the item time sensitive? Can it be brought back at a future board meeting?
the item could be brought back at the next board meeting in June. Obviously, it'd be best to have it approved before the school year begins because there's a lot of training that would have to be done with staff to make sure we implement it correctly and kick off the school year with it.
Yeah, it's not staff, it's a system. It's a computer system.
But we have some time at least until the next board meeting to clarify some
Train
things.
staff, so it is part of staff.
Okay. I've been patient enough and not called point of order, but I would like my motion, the first and the second,
I will
to be
second.
voted on.
Yes.
It's already there. We need to vote to pull it or not. Simple as that.
Aye.
Okay, Dr. Lewis?
Aye.
Okay, Dominguez already said aye. Clerk Williams?
Aye.
Vice President Montez?
Aye.
And myself, aye. Okay, so it is pulled from the agenda. Please check with the board if they have other questions.
And give us in the update, you sort of have about 10 to start with, 10 questions to start with.
And if you didn't catch one, call me.
Thank you for the presentation. You have all these 10 to research to start with the superintendent.
$1 million is a lot of money for our
This is a
community.
lot of money.
Okay, stipulated expulsions. Motion and second, please.
So moved?
Second.
Thank you. Case numbers 252688, 252689, 252690, 252691. Okay, do we have any discussion? No, sorry. Martha, could we pull that one word, discussion? Because there shouldn't be discussion on this. Okay, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote? And Dominguez?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Montez? And myself, aye. Okay, reinstatement of expulsions. Motion and second, please.
So move.
Second?
Thank you. Case numbers 232464, 242541, 25265, 25269, and also pull that discussion. Okay, Dr. Lewis, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dominguez?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Let's see, Vice President Montez? And myself, no. Okay, adjournment. The next regular meeting of the Board of Education of the Rialto Unified School District will be held on June 24, 2026 at 7 p.m. at the Dr. John R. Casalunas Education Center, 182 East Walnut Avenue, Rialto, California. Materials distributed or presented to the Board of Education at the board meeting are available upon request from the superintendent's office. Motion and second, please.
So move.
Second?
Okay, and that's to adjourn. Everyone, aye?
Aye.
Yeah, knew that one was coming. Okay, 10:14. Staff, family, I tried.
Muchísimas gracias por su fina atención. Pasen ustedes muy buena noche.